So, hello everyone. Let's try to fix this. Camera is a little crooked, a little high. There we go. Just put it like this. That'll be perfect. Welcome aboard, everyone. Put the docks, YouTube live control panel. Okay, I think this is going to be fine. Hope everyone is all right. We'll be looking at a few things today and enjoying maybe a few Kiwi SDR. Just going to do a little something here. Let me just mute myself 1 second. And here we are. I just did not want everybody to freak out with the loud sound that came out. Make sure that it's all right. So it seems that everybody has its weird names again. I guess it's going to be like that for forever from now on. So I'll have to get acquainted with what these names are. If your name in the chat, by the way, is different from what the name you had, just put next to that name or that alias your name you had in the chat before, because right now there's tons of people that I probably don't recognize because of their names. A lot that I do because part of their names is I know, or I know you are, but man, this is dumb. That change that YouTube made with the chat room, wow, really dumb. Yeah, your name's the same, different year. But there's one like from France, which is a name which is 50719611974, which I don't know what that is. So look at your name if you write in the chat, and if it's different from what I'm used to, just put the real one so I can identify who you are, because this is so bizarre. It's a feature, Bobby, that's rolling out on every channel eventually, apparently. I'm part of the first ones that has this enabled. So that is dumb. And there's nothing I can do about it. At least the guys that had their moderator status still have them. Sorry, guys. So Penny C, yeah, Penny C is okay. TVD Extra is fine. BT Radio, so I guess Brian Penny, that's fine. It's really, yeah, everything that looks normal. Old radios, that's fine. Chuck Schreiber, MDK2, that's okay. Matt, Paul Stringer, Code Messer, which probably had a different name. There's one with a number, only numbers. There's one that is different, but I know that it's Blogger Die. The KW Davids is Blogger Die. And Die's Rotten Animal, that's fine. So anyways, we'll go with it as I go into the chat room. And if your name is different, we'll try to figure out. So welcome aboard, everybody. Nice to have you on board all. And of course, this is a show about radio. We're here every... Something I don't like about my visuals. Just put it there. Try to put things straighter. Something is just like crooked here. And part of it, I think, has to do with this. Okay, so I think this is okay. So welcome aboard, everyone. This is the live radio show. We are here talking about radio, shortwave, and radio of all kinds. And we're here every Saturday at 20 hours Universal Time. My name is Gilles. I'm located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, and northeast parts of North America. And we are here to have fun with people all around the world that, of course, are always great people that just like to share and just have a lot of fun with radio. A very solitary hobby, so having a way to gather and be together, I think, is a great way to enjoy our moments together. So apparently I'm live. That's okay. Just want to check, make sure everything's okay here. So we're going to say hello to everybody. So there's a chat room if you want to enjoy a little moment with people that are great, fantastic, helpful. And if you have questions, maybe you're new to the hobby, maybe you've been in the hobby for a long time, maybe you've been a radio guy for 50 years. Well, I think everybody has a place here, and there's always something we learn. I mean, it's automatic. We don't know everything, and there are parts of our hobby that is a little more obscure. And so we talk about all of that, and we learn things. Sometimes I learn from you guys, and you guys sometimes learn from me. It's kind of a win-win situation, and so it's nice to have you on board. After this is over, there's of course the Facebook group, which has the same name as the channel here, official SWL channel. We're at 4,200 members, and active members that share what they're listening to. Actually, I often see people, like last night, I saw I think it was Trustin, I saw a few people talking about pirate radio stations they were listening to, and I was outside in the backyard, and I just turned on the radio and went to see the pirates that were there and see what was on. So it's kind of interesting to have that and listen to it. So, sometimes I look at what's happening and what you guys are listening to. Sometimes I post what I'm listening to and share it with all of you guys. And I also have a Blue Sky account where you can also join. And so it's a lot of fun to have all of you here, and I hope that you will enjoy once again the radio hobby sharing together today. So don't forget that I'm here every week if you enjoy what I do, and by the end of today we will have 2 CIDX memberships given away to anybody that has donated. I have a list here in front of me on paper of all the names that have donated since the last time we did that drawing. I will add anybody that's missing that might be giving a donation today that did not since the last time. And by pure chance, we will be choosing a name. Without looking, I'll just drop my finger on a piece of paper and look at what name that I actually just fill upon. And so we'll have 2 winners today of a 1-year membership of the Canadian International DX Club. And that includes, of course, a monthly bulletin called a Messenger, and a monthly Zoom meeting that we also have to have fun and join and see each other and discuss radio and all sorts of things. So it's a little bit like here. We go from radio to sometimes we go into other subjects and then come back. And but it's pretty cool to have you here. So let's start off with our friends in the chat room here. And by the way, you can donate through the super chat here, and you can donate to the Pizza Fund and Paul the cat treats. There's a PayPal that you can actually donate to if you prefer, and that is also a preferred way of donations. But whatever you do, it's fine. Whatever way you want to give a little something. So the PayPal is now in the chat room if you want to join the Pizza Fund and Paul the cat treats. I have to buy him treats, so it all goes to whatever. You can specify where it goes, and I promise it will go to that. Also, we'll talk about the MLA-30 in a few minutes that I've returned. Got a refund now, and I will be ordering one that is going to arrive only according to the so it's the same seller that Blogger Die has used, and it's supposed to be only here in the first week of September, so it's kind of a long way. Hopefully it's going to arrive earlier. Sometimes it's faster than what they actually mention. So Jay Watterson 69, nice to have you on board. Bobby Burgess, nice to have you on board. WA5107SWL, Morgan City, Louisiana. Richard Wagner, nice to have you here. WA9301SWL, from Northeast Illinois. Craig Martinetti, nice to have you here from Canada. Mike B, nice to have you on board from Colorado. And hoping for a Paul sighting. We'll see. He just went, I believe he just went outside. So I don't know, but the door is open in the back, so I guess he can actually enter. We have Jean Arash from Saint-Hyacinthe, Quebec. Nice to have you on board, and pretty cool to have you here as usual. J'espère que ça va bien. Kevin in his new home in the west coast of Florida. Nice to have you on board. Spent the day in a little town of Dunedin, just north of QTH. Met my many Canadians, and the Toronto Blue Jays have a stadium here. Cool, for the spring training. Oh, that's cool. It's a lot of fun. So I guess you're enjoying your new life in Florida, Kevin. Pretty cool. So Blogger Die, nice to have you here from Central Virginia. Nick Amendo from Romania, nice to have you here. RJ Dakota, Wentzville, Missouri, WA0113SWL. And a very hot day, 97 in Wentzville. Here it's close to 90 Fahrenheit here. A hot day today. We had a couple of cool days, which were really fun. And next week's supposed to be rather cool. I'm thinking Monday afternoon of doing another urban de-expedition, going to possibly going to the east part of town, where there's I could see the boats and everything, near the port of Montreal. So this is going to be, I think, a lot of fun to check out the what's happening there. So it's going to be cool. Before I forget, I just want to mention a name that we don't see here, but he's been chatting with me and asking a few questions. We have Brian Ashcroft, that is in the UK, saying hello to everybody, and watching the stream tonight, as he's thinking of maybe getting some new radio, but he's afraid that because he lacks a little bit of knowledge that, maybe he's not using his radios to the fullest. But hey, it's, there's a learning curve for shortwave, that's for sure. But slowly, why not? And it's always fun. New radios, always fun to have a new radio. We have Endines. Nice to have you on board. It's in the upper 90s apparently. So TV DXer, bonjour, ça va bien? J'espère que ça va bien. Mike WDX, nice to have you on board in Northwest Arkansas. Robert Varner, nice to have you on board. KC2TEL from New Jersey. Endines, ça va bien? Yeah, ça va bien. Hope you are well too. Old radios, I passed up a Helicopters receiver that was $175 today. I got a ham radio mic in box stuff, but I'm planning on using that mic with an old tape recorder. Okay. Rotten Animal, nice to have you here from Toronto. And Diane says temp is 88, feels like 91. Code Monsieur from Georgia, nice to have you here, W3DJS. 54 Cal, nice to have you here from Northwest Pennsylvania. Old radio says it was a SX25 in good conditions, but I didn't want my pops to blow out his top because I spent my paycheck on something I don't think worked. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah. Well, you know, sometimes it's better like that. It's if it doesn't work, you know, the problem with these things is, especially old radios, when they don't work, it's two things. Either they're easy to fix and you can have them working again quite fast, or they're like totally dead. I got something here that is completely dead. I ain't gonna fix it personally. I'm not there. So if I had somebody that wants to have an old tube receiver that might not be that bad. It's horrible condition on the cabinet and even the display where the needle is, but when I look inside, it doesn't seem that bad. So maybe it doesn't need that much for at least to turn on. But it's dead, and I don't think I'm going to fix that. It's a radio actually that came with the Westinghouse International here. Let me take a quick picture. It's right here in the back. I think I took it out once to show you guys. So I'm just gonna take a picture here so that you guys can see it. But it's definitely put the flash on. Here's the radio. So this is what it is. As you guys are gonna see, it's in rather poor condition cosmetically on the outside. But the worst is on the inside, it's clean and seems to not be that bad. So I don't know. If I'd have someone that, because sending this by mail will cost too much money. It's too heavy. But if I knew someone maybe around that would want to deal with it, I would gladly give it away to whoever wants to fix it. So Paul Stringer, nice to have you here. RJ Dakota says, could almost slow bake bread. We had that a few days ago. Paul is in St. Catharines, Ontario. Blogger Guy says someone has a Sony SW1S on eBay for sale at $149, but says it needs the capacitors changed. Huh. Matt, nice to have you here from Denver, Colorado. Still working for a couple of more hours, so hopefully we'll still be there at 22:30, I would guess. So, nice to have you here. Trick Schreiber, nice to have you on board, and 5KVO from South Texas. We have 57SW DX from a hot and now stormy southeast Georgia. Kev Michael, nice to have you here. 7420. Shiokaze, Radio Tokyo, Japan, 7:30 a.m. and with Japanese music. MC112, who I might know under another name. Nice to have you on board from Italy. Nice to have you here. What else do we have? So we have a number, 507-196-119 from France. Bonjour et bienvenue. Nice to have you here. Keegan DXer, nice to have you on board from Northwest Arkansas. VT Radio, Paul in Northern Vermont. AA1SU. Different Gear TV, nice to have you here. Penny C, nice to have you on board. Anka Viva, nice to have you here from Greece on vacation. And don't have any radio with me. Oh, you should have a radio. Especially when you go on vacation, you need radios. You need to have something. Listen to what the bands are like in different countries and different parts of the world. Trustin, nice to have you here from Newfoundland. Different Gear TV could be a person's bank account number. Yeah, that would be something. Nice to have you here. Brian Penny from Cape Cod, Massachusetts. Nice to have you on board. What else? Joseph, nice to have you on board from San Francisco Bay, California, with his Bearcat and Texan, doing some overtime work. Looking forward to the show. I've been doing a little 2 days in a row, taking out my Icom IC-R30 for a spin. And it might be taking it out a little more because I've learned a few things. There's a, yesterday I was just tuning the bands around, but on Saturday mornings, there's a Francophone net on D-Star, and it's the International Francophone net, and there's people from all over the place here in Quebec and Canada, the United States, and even Europe that join in that speak French. And it's a D-Star net, since the Icom IC-R30 does D-Star, it's kind of cool. But I've learned that there's a Quebec Francophone net 2 times in the week on Tuesdays and Thursdays at 8 p.m. That's 0 UT. So I want to check that out with D-Star. I haven't used D-Star a lot on the Icom IC-R30. I want to use it a little more. What else? We have Jim's Radio Check. Nice to have you on board. Jean Arash, yes, I made the, from last week, I made the link, I remembered. We have RJ Dakotas, they thankfully left me most intact. J Projects, nice to have you here from San Diego. Jim Muther, nice to have you here. Kevin Michael, TWR Africa, Maputo on 7410 at 8 a.m. in Arabic. Second African station I got. Cool. First one was Swaziland in the 90s. Yeah, which is now Estawini. Swaziland has now become Estawini. I think the handles, what is happening is that what I've heard is that some handles that people use, sometimes they cheat. So they use the same handle and pretend they are another person. It actually happened with Keegan DXer, which was not Keegan DXer. And because of that, they've decided that the main handle that you use with your account is what they are going to use, because no one can spoof it. No one can use it. So you know that you're dealing with the person with that new naming system. That is your account. So I get, I think it's a good reason. It's just that it's a little weird for now, but it's a good reason because, in fact, it was very easy for anybody to get in this chat room, pretend to be whoever was in the chat room, and you would not know. You wouldn't know unless they would do something. And I guess there were probably a lot of people also that were using handles of others to just try to make them look bad. So I could see that you would, you know, take an handle if you're mad at somebody and try to trash that person in front of others, so that, you know, people think that you're an idiot. So I guess that's the reason they're fixing that. But that also means that they're kind of using probably the basic handle somewhere that you have in your account. Which makes it kind of weird. Richard Califano, nice to have you on board. What else do we have? Let's check it out. Did anyone catch? So our friend is asking Joseph if anybody catched some Perseus on FM. I realized the FM band is so packed in San Francisco Bay Area, where there was almost all noise and no room for any in-between channels. That's the biggest problem in big cities. When you live in a big city, your you know, overloaded. Oh, Blogger, I found a way to change your handle, so you can change it. If anybody wants to change it, apparently you can change it. So that's good. You can put it back to. But the difference is that now that handle that you have is nobody else than you can use it. It's from what I understand. You can't spoof it. And Jeff, nice to have you here, and 2ZNN from New Jersey. Jim Mutter, thank you so much for the donation. Much appreciated. And let's go back here. Go like that because I can't find my way easily. I will just go and check something out. I want to open the pages I usually open, like EIBI space and all of that, so that I can actually get some of the so I'm just gonna okay. I like it when an account asks me for a code. So, okay, here we go. Thanks, everybody. So EIBI space with schedules. Okay, we'll take preamp for number stations. See if anything's coming up. Yeah, in 30 minutes we have an M12 CW we can try. And here we have HF Underground for pirates. Check out what's there. So apparently there is a pirate right now on 6935 AM. So, and since I don't have my MLE30 to use my other radios, what we're going to do, I will sometimes switch screens, and I'll use online Kiwi SDRs instead for the time being. So I guess this is going to be a good way of tuning demands together, at least. Okay, Jim's radio check says it's blazing hot in Chicago, 95 degrees. Severe weather heading this way. Here it's 90 today. We'll be at 70 tomorrow. And during the night of Sunday to Monday, we're going to be in the lower 50s. It's supposed to be like 9 degrees Celsius. So that's going to be kind of a cold. If cold weather. So 18 plus 32, yeah, around 50. That's going to be the coolest night we've had yet. A little, it's going to go back to the warm days after, but it's, I think, the first indication of, yep, this is fall. This is the fall, just saying, hey, I'm around the corner. Hang in there, we're going to get cooler weather soon. But according to predictions, we're going to have some hot weather in Montreal. And up to September, we might even have 90s in late August and September. This is kind of the new normal. In the last, I'd say in the last 5 to 10 summers, September has been as warm and as beautiful as a summer month. So I guess we're having a little more summertime. And we're having less winter time. Some people like that. So what else do we have? Endines, wouldn't it be cool if you could somehow get Paul the Cat to choose the winner? You know, I'd like to do that. That, you know, Paul the Cat would like find some way. That Paul the Cat's like, yeah, just choose. And I don't know. You know what? Maybe next time, one thing I would like to try. How about I try to have Paul the Cat in here and take all the little papers with your name and throw him on the floor, random, and then see where Paul the Cat's paws will touch. The first and second paper is paws will touch are the winners. That could be fun. I'm going to try to arrange it to have something like that happen next time. That'd be kind of fun, for sure. So thanks to Jim for the donation, and yeah, part will go to Kitty, absolutely. I also want to thank Kevin Bloggerdi and Bert, the WF7I, for their donations. Much appreciated through PayPal, and it is much appreciated. Thank you so much, guys. Okay, so we're going to talk about different little things that are going to be fun today, I think, and give maybe ideas of what to listen to. Kamikaze, nice to have you here from West Michigan. Paul Stringer, yeah, Paul is outside. I gave him some food, and I think he's on the outside balcony in the back. So, I was thinking about it today because I know you guys like that from time to time when I do my show from outside. And I was trying to figure out how I could do that. I think the easiest way would be to do it from the front balcony. So if the weather's not bad next week, I'll try to arrange it that maybe I'll be in the front balcony outside rather than doing the show from here. Kind of just make it a little different. You guys can see a different background and what's happening outdoors. The big news of the day here, the really big news of the day here is that I will have a new landlord in the next couple of weeks. So there's a change. This building is about to be sold. So that, of course, puts a little bit of uncertainty, but I saw one of there's two Montreal police officers that are buying it together, and one of them went wild when he saw my radios in my office here, and he just thought it was so cool, and so I don't know. We'll see what happens with that. I think also the fact that I told him. They live outside of town, so I told him that, I'm of big help. I can mow the lawn, shovel in the winter, do all sorts of things. So I'm the guy that could be helping them. Kevin Michael 6160 Radio Boa Brazil and Portuguese 9 a.m. from Porto Alegre. So interesting. Richard Califano. We should all meet at your shack for pizza. Yeah, that would be perfect. There's a nice big table in the backyard. Backyard is big enough for a certain amount of people, but Trustin, thank you so much for the donation, much appreciated. So Blogger Dice says, yeah, you can set your handle in YouTube Studio, customization, basic info. So this is cool. Joseph, this looks fun. Radio Marine MRHS event. On Saturday, August 30th. Oh, is that? Oh, they're doing that again. Oh, this is cool. They did that last year. Sending a Enigma coded message. It's at 20 hours UTC. We should tune into that next week. Not next week. Today is the 16th. So it's in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks. We'll shoot at 20 hours UT as the show is going to start. Yeah, they did that last year. Thanks for sharing. I didn't know to do it again. This is very, very cool. So what they are going to do is send a cryptid message, and they it's in the message is sent in the same way that the Enigma messages from the Cold War. Not the Cold War, the World War II. And they are asking people to decode and keep quiet, keep secret the message that comes out, because they don't want you to share that with others. They want to make sure that people actually decode it and try to find out what's the meaning. So this is going to be great. Thanks for sharing, and this is going to be definitely great. So there's a 48-hour time limit. Enigma messages are time sensitive. Your decoded message must be received at the email address below within 48 hours from the start of the broadcast. And that's how you're going to get certificate. You got to decode the Enigma message, then successful decode using original hardware, an actual Enigma machine. Successful decode using replica hardware, and all successful decodes of the message. So upon proof of successful decode. So this is going to be a lot of fun. I'm going to try it. Maybe we could try it together. I remember last year when they did that. So this is really, really cool. So check the link, radiomarine.org. I'll share it again for that special event coming up. But this is definitely cool. And, you know, some fun events coming up. So thanks, Joseph, for sharing it with us. Mike WX50, the sliced pizza looks like... Oh, Keegan DX, okay. Endines, thank you so much for the donation. Much appreciated. Blogger Die, don't choose me. I already have 3 years CIDX membership. All right. Anders Gustafsson, nice to have you here from Sweden. Just passed the test for the intermediate amateur radio license today. Woohoo! This is cool. Michael Anger, nice to have you here from Illinois. Jim Mooter, sorry about the epic fail sticker from Prospect, Connecticut. First time I said anything. Well, we could say epic fail for the new naming system of YouTube's. Endines, I'm tired of the heat. I prefer the fall and even winter. Yeah, here I'm the same too. It's the same for me. I like fall, winter, spring. Summer for me is when it's, you know, if it's hot near the beach or a pool. Tosino from Alabama, nice to have you here. All the radios, that's why I'm here too. Chuck Schreiber, okay. Kev Michael had 227, Radio Mongolia 1 and Midnight in Chinese. Cool. Cool. What else do we have? And Jeff says, finally got my RTL SDR V4 working with SDR++. I think I will get an RSB DX2 instead. It's more plug and play. In terms of performance, I can't say you're gonna get that much increased performance, but it's just easier to make work. And yes, it has Mac software, it has Linux software, thanks to the SDR Connect now, which is pretty cool. Eventually, they want to have even a mobile version of SDR Connect. So this is also going to be kind of cool. Old radios, bought a fake Canon film camera and a ViewMaster projector. Wow, I had a ViewMaster projector when I was a kid. I love these things. The ViewMasters, it's just so cool. And Jeff says you can test tubes with a multimeter, don't necessarily need a tube tester. Marty68, nice to have you here. Storm's making it through Georgia. Joseph, bands are even more dead than usual on an afternoon like this. Going to the scanner for now. Jean Arash, did you read the last Faxstein blog entry? TTP cell for its AM stations has been approved. Yep. We're going to talk about it in the International Radio Report show tomorrow. I hope they're going to do something with those stations, because I'm definitely tired of it's sad to see that they're wasting time with, you know, just a loop of music most of the time. And it'd be a lot of fun if they had some programming. So what our friend here, Jean Arash, is talking about, and by the way, for those that don't know, that we have a show called the International Radio Report every Sunday morning on CKUT 90.3 FM in Montreal. Here is our YouTube channel, where you have the show that is posted there later in the day on Sunday most of the time. And we have every week's show there. So we're going to talk about that. So on 600 and on 940 kilohertz AM, we've got two stations that were supposed to be news talk, real good news talk stations. They've been approved years ago. I mean, I think it's more than 10 years now that they're on the air. And for the last 10 years, all we've been hearing is a loop of music, which is always the same loop. And they kind of have some kind of weird programming, but it's not very, you know, you don't feel like listening to it. And it was kind of a big waste and a big joke. So now somebody else has purchased, and it's been approved. And we're hoping that maybe now they're going to be serious about bringing a French and English news talk station, because it'd be sad that it still continues to be that crappy programming that's been there forever. So you know, so Old Radio says, got to pay this guy refurbishing some Victrola sound boxes I have. I know how to refurbish some photo produced, but these are more complicated and beyond my skill. What else do we have? So Nathan Val Gilder, nice to have you on board. Kevin, nice to have you here. WS2H says, glad the IC-R30 is more than just a dust collector. I wonder what Icom was thinking. Yeah, I know. For the price that it's sold, it's sad. Yeah, well, I use it mostly for the D-Star stuff. The D-Star nets around here, which I find kind of interesting to monitor. And I use it because also from time to time to try to hear some of those amateur radio satellites that, you know, for example, they have CW markers or identification that they will be sending out, so I can put the radio, the R30 can do single sideband on VHF 2 meters and 70 centimeters. So that's kind of useful. So these are mostly what I do, because for the rest, it is sad. Definitely it is sad that they, you know, it no wonder they took it out of the market. It was really, unfortunately, you know, I would, you know, this is one of those things. You know, I got a couple of guys that live like in really, really rural areas far of everything, and they just love it because here in Montreal that radio overloads like crazy on everything. But I can see that in the middle of nowhere it has nothing to overload on, so yeah, it must be super sensitive there. But man, but it's getting some use. I'm starting to have a battery problem indication on the display when I turn it on, saying that the battery is starting to decay. That I would need to soon will need a new one. So I'm going to check that out. But actually, I was thinking about you when using it this morning. I was like, yeah, that's Kevin that sent it to me. Jim's radio check. Weather alert going off. Left and right people in the far northern counties of Illinois to be alert. IWX50. I went into my channel to change my handle, so it looked to be correct now. Yeah, it's perfect. Perfect. Doesn't know if I didn't even know you could change your nickname on here until recently. Mike B. Got an AN48X by PL330. Great for medium wave DXing, finicky for a specific shortwave frequency, and a nightmare for scanning shortwave bands. Yeah, that was my main review of the AN48X, was to stay away from it. Tosino, if I remember, on IRC you had to register a nickname, but on here it's by default, I guess. Yeah, IRC, I remember that. EFOG3, nice to have you on board, my friend. Mike B, now that we have the LED light figured out, we'll order the MLE30 Plus. Kevin Michael 17675 Radio New Zealand on at 8:30 a.m. Local, I guess. Here we this week I had very little chance with Radio New Zealand. What a bad year for Radio New Zealand here. Maybe I wish they would have kept 15720. I think that one would have been better, honestly. Because I figure out when I look at the amateur radio FT8 around 11 p.m., which is 03 UT, I noticed that the 17 meter band isn't that great, but 20 meters is really good. So I'd figure that if they'd go to the 19 meter band, might be better. Mad Radio DXer, nice to have you on board. And Jeff says, if I were a power station, I'd get QSL cards with a parrot on my shoulder. That'd be good. MarT68, I added letters and numbers to the end of my handle because you cannot use it the way it was. If they change it, you have to modify it. Fred Water, nice to have you on board. Keegan DXer on the 13th, more FM E-Skip from North Carolina, Georgia, and Florida. Kevin Michael says, one strange thing yesterday morning, I had perfect DX on 6 7 and 17 megahertz, but no aircraft comms. That's weird. Run Animal. 2 radios are easy to rebuild. I did many of them. That's where I like, I watched a couple of videos this week of Mr. Carlson's lab, where he fixes these tube receivers and all. It's always kind of fun to watch him go through it. Rick Myers, KO4OSA, didn't manage to work Australia and Italy on 10 meters FT8 from Central Florida. Maybe propagation is looking up. And Dines, yeah, that's the unknown. They don't seem too bad. We'll see. Doesn't love there's some E-skip on the upper bands today. Let's go check. Let's go check 27. And here's some wow 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 guy doing wow 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 and only wow 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 on 27065 right now. But I don't see anything else. I don't see any skip on 27025. So I'm almost wondering if he's not a local one. So that's nice to have a CB radio and spend an hour doing wow, 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 wow. What else do we have here? Blogger Dice says nothing in Virginia on 6935 on the Sangean ATS 909. MM7 BFL radio, nice to have you here from Scotland. We have... yeah, Michael's got some error communications 11282. Nicole Phillips, G6 PGV, nice to have you on board from the UK. Kevin Michael, 7080 AM radio comms and lower sideband mode from the Big Island and Maui this morning. Mike B, I emailed a pic of my AN48X setup. I have a 6 feet shielded cable coming to replace the stock 16 feet wire. So let's see if I was looking if I had my tablet around. So here we go. AN48, here we go. So here's our friend. Oh, wow. That's a nice little stand for it, too. Nice stand. Definitely nice to have it put this way. So look at that, guys. How he just put his AN48 on the stand. It's pretty nice. Pretty nice. Really cool. Thanks for sharing. Took a picture of the sky last night. I was looking at satellites, and I was amazed at getting quite a few constellations that are almost impossible to see. I don't know if you guys are going to see anything, but there's a W-shaped constellation here, which was Cassiopeia. And that's taken with my phone, put an extra low light. And I actually looked at the other stars here and with a star map and noticed that this was the Draco constellation. And I could see all of the stars using my phone, but through the naked eye, it's impossible. I don't see anything. It's pretty cool. The other thing that I was looking at was took a nice picture of the Big Dipper. I don't know if you guys are gonna see it. So here it is. So the Big Dipper, the handle is here, and you might not see it very well, but the stars I could see it better when I look at it than on the camera. But kind of fun to, you know, in a light polluted area, at least using the phone to take pictures of a dark sky and see stars. I looked at the stars and I could see that the magnitude, the dimmest star on the pictures that I took there, when I compared to Stellarium software, I could see with the camera of the phone up to magnitude 5. Some stars in there are magnitude +5. So, you know, it's a way to do astronomy, I guess. Okay, what else do we have? So, George, Old Drones, nice to have you here, watching from the UK. Nice to have you on board. Thanks so much for being here. What else do we have? 210 Biker, nice to have you here. Nice to have all of you here. Okay, Michael, it has been years since I've used a radio for music. I use YouTube for music on my CD collection. Rick Myers, Kirtigan, and all disconnected. Daily thing here in Florida. Yeah. Like I saw an Enigma machine once at a World War II museum in Norway. Oh, cool. Cool. Kevin Michael says Radio New Zealand has been weak. Different Gear TV, RNZ coming in real strong now on 15.720. So here it's too early for that. It won't come in at least before Lagadai, last time you heard RNZ, Radio New Zealand, was August 9th at 11:15 UTC. 7:15 local. 9700. Yeah, that the morning frequencies tend to be better. It's like Radio Australia. We could hear it really well at night. But it was better in the morning, like 95, 80 kilohertz and stuff like that. For sure. So just want to check out here to Shanash, 27065 is channel 9. It's the channel that used to be, they used to have that service that would be there for emergencies. If you guys remember, I'm trying to remember what is there any places in North America that they're still monitoring of channel 9 for emergencies? Here they stopped. The last time I heard somebody on channel 9, what was it? React? Is that the name that it was? React? On channel 9 they used to, is he still there? Still there doing some yodeling or something. So that's channel 9 CV on 27065. And last time I heard anybody there that was still doing some monitoring for emergencies is at least 15 years ago, if not more. Tristan says this summer has been really hit and miss for shortwave. Probably the worst summer since I picked up the hobby in 2016. Still fun, just the same. Oh yeah, it's, you know, you gotta try to find the days that it's better and that it works better. But man, definitely, it's not been the best. Different Gear says now that I got used to the wobbly antenna on the Sangean 8DS 909X2, I really like it. Yeah, it's a decent receiver. I mean, when I use it, it's okay. It's fun to play with. It's definitely a very beautiful radio in the way that it's designed. But from time to time, I like the to take it out for a spin. I just hope one thing, because my ATS 909X, that tuning wheel, over time, it seems that it doesn't connect well and tuning gets harder. It skips frequencies. I just hope that that is better on the X2 and will last longer. What else do we have? WF7I Homebrew, nice to have you on board, Bert, from Virginia. Learning how to use my new Yaesu FTX1 Optima today. I will be used for mobile and possibly SOTA, which is, I'm trying to remember, SOTA is... Well, you know what, Jean Arash, there's not a lot of monitoring of anything. Of anything checking the CB bands today. People do what they want, and it's like it's an abandoned place. But there used to be React. I guess he wouldn't be doing it if there would have been React guys still listening. But man, Aspire to Cycle, nice to have you on board. VT Radio, I haven't checked it this week. I remember yesterday that we had talked about trying to make a contact, and I need to check it out. Do you think there could have been changes to the repeater? Maybe it has some problems. I haven't heard it in a while. I need to tune a VHF receiver and see if it ever comes in, or if I can hear the identification of the repeater, or even key it. See if I can key it and see if it will at least come back saying that, oh, okay, yeah, it's working. Tosinlov, I bet truck stop still monitor 9. Old radio's been a while since I turned on my CB. ZY3WR, question, why some stations don't stay on same frequency location? Like, for example, radio channel at 15250 in 16 is strong versus later hours from same location. So stations do not stay on the same frequency because shortwave propagation changes with the time of day. So whether the sun is high in the sky, what time it is, or the pad between you and that station too. If it's a daytime pad, nighttime, you can't use the same frequencies because they won't propagate. So what you do is you choose specific frequencies for a specific time, for a specific pad, and try to, make it work. And what happens is that at nighttime they'll have different frequencies because that daytime frequency might not work at all at that nighttime. And also, to make it even more complicated, they change when it's winter or summer. And so they have to change. And if they don't, well, the propagation might not work. So usually in a winter time, for example, because of the long nights, a lot of the frequencies will be lower, so that, you know, it can work where there's more darkness path. And in the summertime, where the days are longer, a lot of stations will be using higher frequencies because of the longer days and the path of the signal. But they have to change, because if they don't change, if you put yourself on one specific, for example, say China radio would be on 15 to 250, 24 hours a day, with exactly the same pattern and power, you notice that there are entire parts of the day where it doesn't propagate to you. That's why they change their frequencies. Summits on the air. I always forget that one. I don't know why. You know, and both have parks on the air that I remember. There's quite a few of them, but, you know, islands on the air, whatever. But summits on the air, I always forget. There is a there was an interesting talk with me and Sheldon Harvey, because he tried many years ago. So we have here the agency for aeronautical, the international, what is it called? International Aeronautical, let me just, Federation or whatever. And its headquarters are here in Montreal anyways. So, or Federation or something. And they are a DX. They are a DX spot with a special call sign. And so Sheldon, many years ago, called them up and tried to see if they could be allowed to do amateur radio contacts with a special call sign from the headquarters downtown Montreal. And so they refused. They said nope. And it stopped there. And he was telling me that, and I was thinking, I wonder if today, you know, maybe there's different people there. If we like call them up and explain the situation, and that we'd like to activate, you know, as a new location and have a special call sign. Everybody would go crazy to have a station like that. We could, you know, set up somewhere. They could give us maybe a little office space where we could put an antenna or something where we can do some contacts. That would be kind of cool. But last time, everybody that Sheldon talked to were just zero interested. They were like, nope, no, not going to happen. Not going to happen. Which is sad, because it would really make a new target, a new DX target for a lot of people. Because they are their own little country, if you want, for amateur radio. So that'd be kind of cool. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to later tonight or tomorrow. I'm gonna try to see if I can key it, and I'll let you know. VT Radio. ZY3WR. So 10,000 and less is good at winter, and 10,000 plus for summer. That's another thing I don't get. While 10 meters is bad for summer. No, it's not like that. 10,000. Let's say it's not a fixed rule, and it's extremely variable. depending on a lot of the propagation and on so many things, solar activity. One of the things that is to understand is that as a general rule, okay, nighttime will often be, let's say, below 15,000 kilohertz. Daytime above 10,000 kilohertz. But it's not as clear as that. There's the sunset sunrise period, which has a mix of both, and depending on summer and winter, it's a little different. So what happens is winter, it depends on the path. Maybe a visual will be a good thing to show here. So let me take world map. Let me take this, and maybe this is going to actually be better to explain what I mean. So I'm going to switch to you guys seeing my computer screen. And like that, I will be able to explain something maybe clearer to you guys. So, there we go. You guys should be seeing a world map. So, notice that there's dark areas, which is where it's night, and the daytime, which is where the sun is up. Now, you see the shape that it has. This changes from winter to summer. In the winter time, that curve that you see the way it is reversed. You see more daytime in the southern hemisphere, less in the northern hemisphere. But anyways, say I'm located here. That little house is Montreal, right up there, okay? Say that a station is broadcasting to me from Europe now. Radio Romania, for example, which is somewhere here, okay? Radio Romania is going to want to transmit to me. Now, half of the path is darkness, half of the path is daytime, if it would be direct. Or it could be they're sending to the North Pole and it's coming back down, which has a lot of daytime. They're going to choose a frequency which can technically work at least a minimum of distance through the darkness and then through the daylight. So that means they're going to choose something maybe in the 25 meter band, 31 meter band. These would be good for that. Say now, like New Zealand is here. Radio New Zealand, if they would have a broadcast towards us, would broadcast on a high frequency because it's daytime path across that area. So the thing is even in the wintertime, if the path between you and the area you're listening to is in the sunshine, they'll use a high frequency. It's just that you got to see how much of the path between you and where you're listening to, how much of it is in the darkness or how much of it is in the daytime. And that's what's going to determine the frequency. Mix in with some solar activity. Higher solar activity might actually improve some of the higher frequencies, even though there's a lot of darkness, for example. So it's a mix of all of that. You could imagine an engineer that has to do a schedule of what frequency will I use starting November to North America from whatever country they are broadcasting from. Imagine how complex that is all to take into effect. They will choose a frequency. It will be a mix of solar activities higher, a mix of amount of darkness or not. So the rule of higher, lower frequencies is more of a daily rule, although surprises happen and there's a lot of things that can, change. And winter or summer doesn't rule what frequency necessarily, higher or lower. It's much more how much darkness is there between me and the station, or are we just in the daytime together? All of that will be taken into account. We talked about 10 meters, 10 meters being better in the winter. Now, 10 meters is 28 megahertz. It's very high. It's at the top of the shortwave spectrum. And there's a reason for that, is that in the summertime, see how much daytime we have right now. These we still have very long days. As when we have days like that, the sun is very high up in the sky. The ionosphere has so much solar radiation that a lot of frequencies get absorbed, 10 meters included. That's why 10 meters in the summertime, unless you have sporadic E-skip, which is an exception to the rule. Once again, tons of exceptions to the rule. You will mostly get maybe a little bit of north-south propagation. Like if I tune 10 meters FT8 now, for example, or even SSB, I probably will hear mostly stations from South America. This is what is mainly what I hear from up here. And remember, where you are changes some of those rules. So imagine how complicated it is to try to just explain why a frequency propagates or not at a certain time. The other thing that people sometimes forget too is, yeah, but I heard something on 20 megahertz, and it was darkness where I live. Yeah, but maybe you have some daytime pad between you and there, and the signal bounced off where it's still daylight. So that explains why you could still be in the darkness, but you've got that descending signal that bounced off the ionosphere at a spot where it's still daylight. So imagine how complicated all of this is. In the wintertime, the sun is lower, so the absorption in North America is much lower, and then 10 meter becomes alive. So there's a lot of all of this that is such a complex mix of time, propagation, solar activity, how much daytime or nighttime is there between us when we're trying to do a contact. And so this is how you're going to choose what frequency is best. Another example. Why is 14 megahertz, 20 meters, and even 17 meters, 18 megahertz, open all night in the middle of the night in the summer? Why? Notice that this up here is where the darkness stops. We all know that the North Pole in the summertime is in constant daylight, which means the ionosphere over the North Pole is always ionized enough for higher frequencies. So you'll have stations, for example, from Europe that will send their signal so that it goes through the North Pole to North America in the nighttime, because there's a lot of daytime pad up here, so we'll hear their signals. 20 meters, 17 meters will be open. Which is not the case in the wintertime. In the wintertime, if you go at local midnight, try to listen to 20 meters, it's probably going to be dead. So there's all sorts of rules like that that depend on where signals come from. But the big thing is to remember, usually lower frequencies at night, higher frequencies in day. But also, depending on how close and where the station is, there could be a mix, because there could have the signal could be in daytime and half in nighttime. And all of that just will decide what frequency is maybe the best. Add to that the absorption of the sun when it's too high. It's a very complex situation, and of course solar activity can mix in there and just make it even worse. So that's roughly explained between what's, whoops, I'm not gonna do that. between the what's daytime and nighttime in propagation. It's a very, very complex situation. So, good questions, because I think for all of us that start, it's the mystery is there. I had no knowledge of that when I started, like everybody else. So, these are great questions, because we don't understand why is it that they change. In my day, they changed 4 times a year, which now is 2 times a year. Makes it a little simpler. But there was not a lot of explanation. Why do they change their frequencies? And you might think about it too, because you might say, well, the other frequency was great, the new frequency is bad. Yeah, I guess that would be the case, Fred. A written proposal. I think for them, I think it was a call they made, but yeah, a written proposal. Ricky, nice to have you on board, and that's all right. Sometimes we just want to be in the background, watching what's happening. So that's the thing. International. Wait, let me just. So the I'm trying to find the darn name. Federation of what's the exact name of that? It's the Federation. It's the organization that is behind all the flights, commercial flights and everything. It's a Federation of man. Some kind of, anyways, the International Federation is the headquarters are here in Montreal. I forgot the darn name. And so they are on their own. They are on their own little country for amateur radio. They actually can activate an amateur station. And so it was proposed many years ago to see if we could activate, well, Sheldon could activate that. It was never permitted. And so now we're thinking, maybe it could be kind of fun, VT radio. So Blogger says, React's still active. It's monitored in some rural and disaster-prone areas, Florida, North Carolina, and West Virginia. Okay. Because they were, I believe, on 9 and 19, but mostly 9. So, give Michael, yeah, 17946. I hear the Caribbean's here. Thanks for sharing. Lagadai. Paul Stringer, it's Simon's World Map, which is, I think, the best map for PC that you can ever have. Simon's World Map. Unfortunately, it's Windows only. It'd be great if they would be like all platforms, because it's just so amazing. Yeah, they do, and Jeff, at the 18th minute, WWV gives the solar reports. The Radical Squadron, Simon's World Map, yep. Blogger Dice says, I don't have a CB radio anymore. I don't understand why they're more expensive than GMRS. Maybe because they sell less, or I don't know. I don't know. Hello, Darkness, my old friend, Blogger Die, yeah. I've come to DX with you again. So... what else do we have? ZY3WR. So it all depends on day, night, and weather. Like something like I can catch Radio Romania as main language. I don't know. Sometimes it doesn't go around all the ways. Yeah, it's always complicated. Craig Martinetti. They didn't keep their same frequencies all year, HDJB. You have to understand that depending, for example, it was easy for HCJB to broadcast to North America. Because, yeah, if they kept 9745, Quito, Ecuador to, or the PFO transmitter side to North America, that didn't change. North-South is easier to use the same frequencies, especially when you're close to the same time zones. So that there were some frequencies to North America that were pretty much the same, but if you looked at their schedule, to Europe, they had to change all the time, depending on the season, depending on things. It was just that it was easier in North America. Some frequencies were always good. But if you look at it, they had, I remember one frequency they had in the summer that they would not use in the winter. I remember 15155 was a summer frequency of ACJB to North America. And then when we got to winter, 15155 was not there anymore. They had changed it to another one. I think it was in the 25 meter band. And there was 9745, which was always good. So they seem to be using always the same, but it always depends on which frequency you're tuning at. So our friend here got M12, 54 cal. I almost forgot about it. Let me just go check the schedules here to preamp. So in 10 minutes, in case of traffic, we'll try 14643. See if it comes in. So you got it pretty good, which means propagation maybe not too bad today. And of course, like I said, HCJB to other parts of the world had to change frequencies all the time. Yes, the International Civil Aviation Organization. Thank you, Ricky. That's what I was searching for. I was like, what's the darn name? Oh, man. Okay, VT Radio, have a good dinner. So, yeah, the International Civil Aviation Organization. It is its own amateur radio country, and it has its own call sign. It has never been activated ever. So this would be an amazing thing to try to do, to have a station doing some DX, some contacts for a few days. And so the last time they were contacted, Sheldon said they refused. So maybe a written, like Fred said, maybe a written proposal. I don't know. It'd be interesting. Bang WX50 to show the detectors as a duo that resembles Simon and Garfunkel. Great show. Yep, no problem, Ricky. Oh, working on his jambalaya. Blogger Die. Craig says, thanks for explaining that. Yeah, because to North America, they had it easy. To North America, a lot of frequencies, if you were in, like, from look at Brazil. Their best example, Brazil. Brazil is on 11780. They never changed because they are broadcasting to their own country. They're not broadcasting towards us. But their signal comes in up here. 11780 is good. It's good 365 days a year. Because, you know, they're roughly, it's north-south, you know, roughly close to the same time zones as us. So we're kind of always in the same, you know, daytime, nighttime shift pattern. And so whatever day of the year, they're always good. But if they wanted to broadcast to other parts of the world, well, they would have to change that 11780 to other frequencies depending on where they're broadcasting and if it's summer or winter. It all depends on where you are. So these stations have it easier. HCJB was an example of, yeah, you don't have to work very hard to have frequencies to North America that are always good. And north-south signals tend to always be better than anything that would be east-west. That's the other thing that you have to understand. And so that's why some stations from Europe were always tough to hear, while a lot of stations like HCJB were always extremely easy to hear. It's their position. North-south signals tend to be better most of the time. So that's tune 14643. Still there doing his... How about spending 2 hours doing just wah 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 or whatever on your CB radio? What the hell? You don't have a life, I guess. So that's CWU. I think we're starting to have a little bit of skip here, because I see that there's a lot of stuff happening on some other frequencies. So let's go to 14643. So 14643 in 5 minutes will be a Morse code signal from M12, which is the Russian number stations, spy number stations, out of St. Petersburg, Russia. Ken Vet, nice to have you here. WX50, we had a Cajun restaurant that's now closed, sadly. It used to get seafood gumbo and other great meals there. ZY3WR, there is still stuff I don't get, like China is far, far away from location I am, and yet their station at 11925 is strong. Maybe the sun there goes smooth to my location. And remember that anyone, if you're in Europe or in North America, remember that when you receive China, you get the signal over the North Pole. That's the shortest path for a straight line for a signal. So look at China on a map, or if you have Simon's World Map, and imagine that it goes all the way to above the North Pole. How much of that path is in darkness or in daytime, depending on the time of the year, that changes. Also, you'll notice CY3 that as the seasons change, you will notice that some of the stations you hear from China on a specific frequency, even if they stay there, you won't hear them all year. You'll hear them at specific times of the year. The other thing you have to watch, and this is another thing that is interesting, is the fact that when a signal, like for example, BBC World Service at 04 UT, it's midnight here in the East Coast. Why is it so good? It comes from Madagascar. It's broadcasting towards Central Africa. If you look at a map, you'll notice that Madagascar to Central Africa, if you continue that straight line, it goes to North America. And there is no boundaries for shortwave radio signals. They just continue. As long as the propagation gives them the conditions good enough, they continue. So it gives us a great BBC World Service signal in the middle of the night because of that. And 12095, 25-meter band is kind of a, I call it that magical band of almost 24 hours. You always have something interesting from somewhere, almost all the time, because it mixes between high and low frequencies. It's kind of in the middle-ish. So it has the characteristics of many other bands, whether higher or lower. So, Jean Arash, yes, CW mode or USB with 14642, if you want to hear it on a radio that does not have CW mode. So, Kevin Michael, I got 1270 kilohertz, Bear Island, Norway during winter. Area at midnight my time. Have a QSL card. Cool. So propagation is very interesting. It's complex, and what I will add to this every time is, even if you think you're not gonna hear a signal, tune it anyway. I've got so many surprises over time with, I don't think this band's gonna work now, but you know what? It actually works. So, So, Jim's Radio Check, nice to have you here. Nice to have everybody on board. And we're going to see if we hear our station. If we're going to hear our station. Oh, here we go. It's there. And I don't know if you guys can see it, but there's a big spider on the wall, on the wall just there. I think it's trying to do a web. So yeah, it's pretty good. Signal's good. Propagation must not be too bad right now, because that is pretty good. Pretty good. Really amazing. So this comes out of St. Petersburg, Russia. And it's a Morse code spy number station from Russia. Pretty good, Jim's Radio Check. Hope you are well too. Yeah, that definitely happens too. Toast and love. Sometimes there's some effects from auroras. For example, if we get really big geomagnetic storms with auroras, you might find some unusual propagation on 10 meters, and even in the VHF 2-meter band, it could be interesting. And they're sending their coded message. So V6JY says loud and clear in Alberta. Nice to have you here, Don. Good. Atari says good. Richard Wagner, we got it. And Northeast Illinois, that's a first. Joseph, 642 upper sideband. If you're an upper sideband, 642. If you're in, you have CW, or if you have a BFO, you can be on 643 and just play with a BFO to get a tone. Joseph, spiders are cool. I always wonder, yeah. One of them has done a huge spider web between my balcony and my antenna, my infant antenna. And it's there in the middle. Every day I look at it, it's like, oh. I always tell it, you know, they don't understand. But I always look at the spider and like, don't go into the antenna. Because if I transmit, I'm going to fry you. And you're going to be dead. So, London 19657, nice to have you here. Atari, why don't these radios like DX286, PL380, or other radios go to 30 megahertz? They seem to stop around 22, except for Radio Wow and PL330. There's a reason for that, honestly. Because, look at the radios you mentioned. PL330 is a single sideband, which means it can tune a lot of other things than just the international broadcast band. But for most radios that don't have single sideband, the only thing you'll ever hear is international broadcasts. Because you don't have the capability of listening to, you know, single sideband signals like amateur radio stuff or utility signals and so on. And even though, yeah, you could tune CB channels in AM mode, even though, yeah, there could be some AMers on the ham bands, or there are AMers in the pirate bands, most radios without SSB will tend to have you just tune the international broadcast bands, because that's where you're going to hear stuff that you can listen to, since they don't have single sideband. So that's why they limit frequency ranges on radios. When there's no single sideband, why have the radio tune? You know, it's a little stupid, because honestly, you could still have the radio tune all up to 30 megahertz. I don't think it would change anything. And, you know, you could hear that odd AM signal somewhere. But that's the way it is. 57 Shortwave DX says hearing 14642 in Georgia, Sangean 909X. Cool. Paul Stringer says he shares the propagation on a daily basis on the CQDX group. Benny C can't hear it. Toast and Love, I hear it faintly, not really strong. Enough to pick out any characters though. Bobby Tino, 14643, nothing in Dallas on my Texan S 2200X. Put it on 14642, upper sideband. Put it 1 kilohertz lower. Because 643 is the CW frequency. Redwater, I had a spider, harmless kind, in my basement called M. herboris. They are good at removing bad insects. Yeah, I don't kill them. I usually don't. I don't kill them because I know that they're, if there's other types of insects that maybe are less desirable, they're going to take care of them. Kevin Michael, can you hear it on USB mode on 14462? Pretty cool. PVM 1081, nice to have you here. Kevin Michael, why are they still making shortwave radios without SSB mode? Cost less money. You'll notice that radios that don't have single sideband are less expensive. Except for some specific models, most of them are less expensive. There's less circuitry to put in so that you listen to single sideband. Paul Stringer, if you have a radio that doesn't have, says we get a transistor radio. Yeah, it works with older, most of the time it works with older transistor radios, but yeah, it does work. You can use a tuner, and when you get to the IF difference, it actually creates kind of a BFO-like tone. Atari, that one is even better. Why did they make radios without a kickstand? I totally don't understand that one. The best example, I want a kickstand on the Shoyoung LC90. Put a kickstand on the Shoyoung LC100, please. There's a need for a kickstand. Mike B, 14642 USB faint in Colorado. I just worry the spider might crawl into my mat while I'm sleeping. Yeah, it doesn't happen. There's I saw a documentary once saying that the spiders are so scared of us, they know where we are, they usually don't want to approach us at all. They just want to stay in their little corner. Brian Leisner, hearing an USB mount for 14642. Atari, kickstand on PL330, but not a PL320. Yeah, I know. Kevin Michael has got it on the Panasonic RF3100. Kevin is here and there. Show Jill some love with a sub. Pizza Fund. Yes. Yes. You can give a little something. And we're listening to a signal from Russia. Maybe some kind of spy message for Putin after last night. You know, you never know. You can give a little something through the super chat. And Pizza Fund, guys. And Paul the Cat. And remember, at the end of the show, I will be choosing two names. Two names that will be getting a CIDX or Canadian International DX Club subscription from all the names for all the people that have donated. So the fund through PayPal, which is nice. If you guys love being here, love the show, love tuning around, knowing what we can tune to, learning. I mean, you know, this is your Saturday fun, and you're here every time. Come on, guys, a little donation. Once again, through the Super Chat or through PayPal. It is much appreciated. You have no idea how it helps. So, Atari, why can't you drill a couple of holes in the back of the cabinet to the PL330 and add your own kickstands? Yeah. 210 Biker, nice to have you. Oh, okay, you're in Sherbrooke. You were, you were a biker something, but anyways, here you have biker in your name from Sherbrooke. Welcome aboard. So, yeah, it's not 14623, it's 14643. Darren Rogers, nice to have you on board. But you could use some stands for either cell phones. There are some stands for tablets, or bigger radios, tablets that could be used. I've seen a lot of people get very creative in using stands that are made for other devices and put their radios on it. At least there's that possibility. But you know, I'll rant here a little bit at the radio companies. If a XH data that's barely $20 and even less can have a kickstand, come on, radio guys, come on, radio companies, you can all put a kickstand somewhere. Yeah, that was it, Perry. Always I'm at my pops, so I don't have the radio, but I'm watching TV, and Dad has this show on where kid is 17 and 600 pounds. Youch. That should not be the weight you should be at 17. Elmer time. Nice to have you here. AD7LN checking in. Nice to have you on board. What else do we have? Kevin Michael, how do you decode the message in CW on that signal? Well, you can use software on PCs, like FLDG does CW decoding. I could have turned on the decoding on the Yaesu here. There are groups of five letters and numbers or something. From what I see, Preom has a lot of details, by the way. If you guys haven't seen this website, do check them out. Preom is like the #1 place to go for all the info you need to know when number stations are on the air, and also the type of message they're sending, the speed, and what you can. There are some that actually have software that can decode some of the MFSK polytone Russian numbers. It's kind of cool. So yeah, Tuno Biker, Perry, it's like we're part of the new way that we're part of the new kind of test they're doing with the names of the channels, and apparently it has something to do with the fact that the username you have, it can't be duplicated. So if you in this new way, somebody can come on here and pretend to be somebody else. Brian Listener, thank you so much for the donation. It's much appreciated. Ricky has in a Deceive ring kickstand I got at the dollar store that I've stuck to the back of the PL330. So, you know. I just posted the link, Penny C. Just, if you look at the chat just above your comment, not very far, Priom, PRIYOM.org. I just posted the link. So I could post it again here. Here we go. Priom. Priom. Here it is again. Priom. This is the number stations, you know, really best website for that. They follow the number stations around when they change frequencies, and they even have archives of the old days number stations. You know, like the good old days when we had the freaky, weird, bizarre number stations from the day that were. I'm trying to remember some of them. Like they're just like the Swedish Rhapsody, and the there was another one which was. I mean, what was the number of stations? I'm trying to remember the name, but anyways, there's a lot of stuff back in the day. Look at that, Lincolnshire Poacher, Cherry Ripe, the Counting Station. They had one, you know, you guys, there was one from the United States. It was called the Counting Station. And there we go. We have an end with the number station right now. So it's kind of, it's a cool website. And they have the schedule at the top where you hear, they're going to tell you when's the next station, what frequency, and so on. So right now, if you look at it, it tells you that in 2 hours time, there's 3 number stations of V13. And if you click V13, by the way, it brings you to where it is from. So it's a station from Taiwan, and you even have audio clips of what it sounds like. It's a very, very complete website, and definitely one that I go to all the time to see, hey, what's on, what I can hear. It's really, really nice. So I have to go and do caregiving duties for 2 seconds, and at the same time fetch myself beer number 2. So I will mute the mic for a few minutes. We'll be back. Don't forget once again that There's the super chat here. You like what I do? I am calling out particularly tonight to anybody that never donated that could. You know, you're enjoying yourself. You're here all the time. Why not? Okay, super chat and PayPal donations. It is much appreciated. And you know what? Without that, I'm not sure I'd be here every week because the monetization on YouTube hasn't been that great. It pays for radios, it pays for my new MLA30, pays for beer, it pays for Polycats treats. So you know, this is much welcome, and I want to thank everybody. And at before the end of the show tonight, 2 names will be taken out that will win a Canadian International DX Club and a membership. So, coming back in 2 minutes while you guys take the time to do donations. And here we are back to the live show. So it's kind of interesting to hear that number station. Check it out. And okay. So HAARP was active this week. I was so sad that HAARP was not active during our show today, because they were active this week in so many ways, and it was just so cool. So cool to hear the experiments going on from Alaska. I've not been able to hear them here in Montreal. I've heard them only in Anchorage, Alaska Kiwi SDR. So that was just, you know, sad. But you know, the Anchorage, Alaska SDR was so cool because the signals were so strong from the HAARP transmitters that you could immediately see on the waterfall where it was. And so they did all sorts of things, tones changing frequencies at every 5-10 kilohertz. Then the sweeps and all sorts of weird signals and stuff. It's really, really cool to have all of that going on, actually. So I've tuned 2 days in a row. But I've the last transmissions, it was an added transmission on Friday, August 15th, from 0 to 07. They never went really higher than 4 megahertz. So that, of course, makes it tough to listen to here. The times I've heard HAARP here, most of the times it was like on the 8-9 megahertz range. And you know, most of the transmission was daytime there, so 3 megahertz in the daytime doesn't propagate very far. And actually, I use the Kiwi SDRs all around, like Alberta, British Columbia, Canada, and we couldn't use Kiwi SDRs very far. We'd lose the signal real fast. So that showed that, you know, honestly, it was not the best to hear over here because of the low frequencies. But that Anchorage, Alaska was good for that, and I tuned around and had a lot of fun tuning it. I stayed up to about, you know, 06, a little past 06 on Friday, which was like 2 in the morning here, with my texting radio outside trying to hear the tones and anything, but didn't hear anything. But it was a lot of fun. And no, it doesn't control the weather. It doesn't control the mind. It's radio experiments, radio frequency experiments. It's very simple. If you knew, and if you actually had a little bit of science knowledge, you would know that the amount of energy that HAARP transmits in the atmosphere is so small compared to what the Earth energy is to driving all of the weather patterns. It doesn't even make a dent in changing anything. To give you an idea, one single thunderstorm creates and releases 1,000,000 times the energy that HAARP can in a single hour, and probably in a single lightning bolt. It's a question of understanding science rather than understanding idiots that don't know what they're talking about and saying things. I've had so many comments on the channel. Oh, well, you know, you should know better. No. Yeah, I know better. I don't need to have some idiot tell me that. So, but it was a lot of fun. It's sad that we don't have much of an advance notice. I would have loved to have a better notice of what's happening. Right now, Radio Free Spirit 6950 kilohertz upper sideband is supposed to be on, and and we also have an UNID. Okay, the UNID must be Radio Free Spirit, and it was at 21. So now we're at what, 22? So an hour ago. So we'll see if there's anything else. And right now at 22, you should have. Let's check it out. Maybe Voice of Turkey. Voice of Turkey is the proper name now today. Voice of Turkey And voice of Turkey is very strong, 11785 with music. So voice of Turkey, 11785 with some Turkish music. Very, very good signal here on the East Coast tonight. And you should have also, if you don't hear that,
President declared that
Radio Romania English is on 9740. 9740.
also emphasized that as a neighbor with the longest land border with Ukraine, the way in which
So Turkey on 11785 and Romania on 9740 to try for. They are obviously meant for the East Coast, so you guys on the West Coast might not hear them very well, for sure. But it's kind of cool to have these stations around. Voice of Turkey, which is it's nice. It's interesting to listen to. Radio Romania, we are crossing our fingers. Radio Romania has been having a lot of difficulties with financing. The government has actually lowered financing for Romanian broadcasts, which means that now their medium wave, long wave transmitters are turned off at night. And there's talk about how they could possibly remove funding. So let's cross our fingers, because it's time to write, I think, Radio Romania. It's time to let them know you're out there listening. Already they're only on half of the frequencies they should be. Government is kind of saying that, you know, we might want to cut the broadcasts, might cut the money, the funding. It would be really sad to lose Radio Romania, honestly. Adrian Adonis, 15322, like more the fax stations with weather cards. 15322. Let me see what I can hear there. 15322. There's no signal here at all when I look at that. So let's go back to 11785. Turkey. So Turkey's pretty good. Sheila, nice to have you on board. Sheila Lessa from Belleville, Ontario. Atari, I do not know how to begin utility monitoring. Isn't it boring? It's not at all. It's actually exciting. If you listen to, there's two things that you need to know. You got to find exciting the fact that, imagine if you hear, even if it's a tone, but knowing that it comes from Russia. Like just the Morse code we just did. I get a kick out. It's a number station, so it's a spy number station. That's kind of cool. You're in the middle of some spy. It's like a James Bond thing. Plus, it comes from Russia. It's not next door. So you're hearing something coming from some transmitter in Russia. And it makes it all the way to your radio receiver. That's kind of cool. So first you got to find that cool. If you don't find that cool, I don't even know why you bother with radio, because it's the first thing that makes it cool. The distance and knowing that you're listening and what you're listening to. The other thing about it, Atari, is, for example, lots of communications from aeronautical stuff. And you know what? I don't know how many times I came across emergency traffic. I even have a video on the channel while I was doing a de-expedition to Perry Island, where on 17946, which is a New York radio frequency for aeronautical for the Caribbean, there was a guy in the plane that had a heart attack, and they had a phone patch with a doctor giving instructions on how to take care before the plane lands. It's exciting. You're in the middle of some life stuff. Also, you want to make it exciting. Aeronautical communications, They have their own lingo, their own way of talking. Learn what it means. It's very easy. And not only will you hear a plane, you will hear enough info. You'll know where it is. You'll know what plane it is, direction, and so on. You can even spot it on a website like Spaceflight 24, something like that. And you know what? This is the fun thing that is with utilities. There's a lot of other unusual stuff. There's NAVTEX transmissions. I get a kick of, like at 11:30 p.m., 3:30 UT, I get a kick of decoding NAVTEX charts, not charts, but warnings of icebergs and all sorts of things like that coming from the Canadian Coast Guard way up in Iqaluit, Nunavut. The transmitter's there. I get a kick out of that. I'm hearing something from the far north. So, if what I just said isn't interesting to you, Ettore, you might as well stop listening to the radio. All I gotta say. Glenn Danzler, nice to have you here. Dussenlof, I have an old friend. Here we go. I have an old friend in high school who is eaten up with all the conspiracy stuff. HAARP is on his list, and he thinks radar controls the weather. HAARP is not a over-the-horizon radar at all, Kevin Michael. It strictly, it's a big set of antennas and transmitters. The most it can do is change the ionosphere just above it. It can heat up the ionosphere just enough with radio waves to modify the ionosphere itself. But what that is very small compared to what it could do. You know, when people tell me, controls the weather, well, you should learn how much energy you need to control the weather. And you'll notice that you will need 1 million HAARPs together at the same time to even start changing something. You know? Hey, the wind, nice to have you on board. 28RH. But HAARP is not a over-the-horizon radar. It is an experimental transmission facility. It is owned. Once again, a lot of people think, oh, it's owned by, yeah, but it's owned by the U.S. Army. It's like, nope. It's owned by the University of Fairbanks, which purchased it from the Air Force many years ago. And they actually, it's students proposing experiments of all sorts and looking at the data to understand a little more ionospheric propagation and radio waves and what they can do. Adrian Adonis, 6 meteor scatter was fun, 12 August. Yeah, you know what? I didn't even think of 6 meter for the Perseids. Even 10 meters beacons would have been interesting to monitor. Penny C here is 11785 and 9740. ZW3WR, Radio Romania, 9740 strong with a few static voice. And you have different gear TV, Radio New Zealand on 17675. Jim's radio check. I don't look good outside. I need to get into safe room. Kevin Michael, 9740 dead. Yeah, there I would guess. ZY3WR. 11785 doesn't hear. What else do we have? Just stay safe, James Radio check. Don't look good outside. What else we have? Jada Code, I can definitely hear 11785 from Turkey. Kevin Michael, WWV, Fort Collins. Coming in to 10 megahertz. Justin, from Russia with love. Yeah, that's exactly it. From Russia with love. Now I'm going to hear that all the time in the song that goes with it. Every time I hear some number station in the park somewhere with my radios. Kevin Michael, is there fishing boats on shortwave still? Oh, tons of them. Tons of them. If you tune around slowly, you will hear a lot of them. A lot of them are in lower sideband for some reason. But peskies, fishermen, and fishing boats, a lot of those. In Europe, it's even worse. I was tuning a Kiwi SDR in France, and I was hearing tons of them all over the bands. It was crazy. But yep, there's a lot of them. And in Asia, I was tuning a Kiwi SDR in Japan, where there's a lot of them in Asian languages, all across frequency ranges. It was just amazing. By the way, station I was at 6,000, which was quiet for all week. I had few. I know before they closed it, it's no longer around. I guess you're talking about Radio Vanik Cuba. Paul Stringer, everything about radio is interesting. Yeah. But 6,000 kilohertz usually is Radio Vanik Cuba. They've been on and off on that frequency in the past couple of weeks. Tosanov, here 11785, pretty good. Yeah, the Coast Guard fax stations are fun to decode. I like it when you get the one with the decode of a satellite picture, which is always cool to decode. Toast and love, we had somebody try to destroy a radar site a few months ago. We had people here. Remember when they were building the 5G networks for cell towers? We had a bunch of idiots that would go out at night and set fire to the towers to destroy them because they thought that they're controlling us with that. The worst one here was about 10 years ago. There was a guy that was pissed off at our Hydro-Quebec power lines. He got arrested before he did what he wanted to do. I don't know who tipped the police. He was flying Cessna planes. He had his permit to fly these planes. He wanted to fly a plane over a high tension tower and drop thousands and thousands of little aluminum foil right on the power line of the high tension lines to short them and create problems. And I was like, what? Who gets these ideas? I bet he went to the grocery and got a lot of aluminum foil for that. RJ Dakota, lots of fishermen on 6900 late in morning. More pirate activities and anything else those frequencies. Sometimes, I like it when it does that. Sometimes when you got a radio that separates upper lower sideband really well, is sometimes you get a pirate station, like I don't know how many times it happened. You have a pirate on 6925 and upper sideband, but if you go lower sideband, there's a fisher. You hear peskies, you hear fishermen talking in some language, here often in Spanish, and you're like, wow, So cool. You can separate between the pirate, the fisherman. Pirate, the fisherman. ZY3WR, can HAARP stuff go lower frequency or they always do high? They go from 2.8 to 10 megahertz, roughly. That's their transmitter frequencies. And they have very specific band plan. I actually have a band plan that I printed somewhere. They have specific frequencies they're allowed to use in there. They can go everywhere they want. Like the ham bands, they can go into ham bands. They try to avoid most of the international broadcast bands from what I see. And of course, you don't want to have HAARP start transmitting on the aeronautical bands or stuff like that. So they have very specific ranges they're allowed, which still is a problem. For example, one example, they did on Thursday, on Wednesday to Thursday, they actually did a pattern of waves on 3330. And what is 3330 in Canada? It's CHU time signal in Ottawa. And I was thinking, okay, it doesn't propagate, it doesn't interfere. But do they really know or understand that they're on a frequency of a Canadian time signal station? I'm not sure. I'm not sure they understand that. I have a hard time because a lot of these agencies, so we're allowed here, but they don't know what they're doing really. There's nobody there. I don't think there's anybody there who's going to say it's like, oh, you can do 3330. There's a time signal in Canada. We can't interfere with that. Or there's tons of other frequencies. They were doing tests. They had an open strong carrier on 5450. What's on 5450? In the UK, it's the Royal Air Force Valmet Station. That's giving out weather reports. Well, even if the chances from where they were in the daytime of interfering with that was small, they should not be allowed to be there. What are you doing? And that surprised me. That was like, yeah, I'm not sure you should be there. So it's obvious that they do science, but they're ignorant of the spectrum and what's in it. I'd be curious, the students that were participating in that science experiment, I'd be curious to know if anybody knew that this is a shortwave band and there's some stuff in there that you can listen to. I'd be very, very curious. I find it sad because today we're doing experiments, science experiments. We're doing stuff, but there's so much ignorance in what you're doing and where it is happening that I'm not sure that it's such a good idea. This is the problem. Paul Stringer, when I lived in New Zealand once, I picked up CFRX 6070, 1 kilowatts, very weak with station ID of CFRB, then it was gone. Spent 5 years picking it up. Wow. I remember when Radio New Zealand was a low power station. Today, Radio New Zealand has 100 kilowatts. But back in the day, Radio New Zealand at 7.5 kilowatts. It was a very low powered station. And the first time I heard Radio New Zealand was on my Realistic DX302 on 6100 kilohertz, very early in the morning. Probably like at 12 hours UTC or something. And it was the first time. It was super difficult to hear Radio New Zealand in the 80s. It's not until they got their 100 kilowatt transmitters that finally Radio New Zealand now is kind of a much more common thing. Nomad Solos, what is that sound on long wave that sounds like a pod of whales? Are you talking about the very, 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 very low frequencies of like 6, 7, 8, 9 kilohertz. That could be the what we call the the whistles and all the thing that we hear there, which is they call it natural sounds or earth sounds. It's actually our own planet, the geomagnetic field and the thunderstorms and everything interacting. Our planet transmits in very low frequencies of like 1 to 10 kilohertz. And if you have one of those receivers that you can build most of the time, you'll hear whistlers and all sorts of weird signals. And this is all made and created by our own planet. I believe there's one stream online that has they call it natural radio, a natural radio listening to the Earth. That is like 24-hour stream. So it's kind of let me see if I can find it quickly. Natural radio Earth sounds stream. Do I have it? Listen to nature sounds, fall in love with the Earth. No, that's nature. That's not what I want. I want to have the whistlers and it says here, natural radio typically refers to electromagnetic radiation emitted by natural sources like lightning or the interaction of charged particles with Earth's magnetic field. There was a stream somewhere that I remember had that. And I can't find it now. But I remember hearing it on my internet radio. And you hear all these whistlers and whistles and weird sounds coming out. And it's kind of interesting. This is actually how they found out about all the activity on other planets. When they understood that thunderstorms, geomagnetic field of the Earth, reacting together would create these transmissions. When they went with the Voyager spacecraft to Jupiter and heard all of these whistlers, because Voyager had a very low frequency receiver. It could hear at those low frequencies. And they heard whistlers and all sorts of things. They said, wow, sounds like the Earth. It's thunderstorms and geomagnetic forces creating all of these radio waves. ZW3WR, they do have several, Radio Romania has several broadcasts in English during the day. You might not have come across the proper frequencies that maybe are good at your location. Because they have, so now that's for Western Europe on 9740. But at 0 UTC for North America, they'll be on 11620. At 0 UTC, they're going to be at 03 UTC on, I think, 9740 again. These are times you might want to check out. Dave Vosh, hello from Fort Washington, Maryland, just signed on to contribute, but now going back to passive viewing in the garage, in the man cave. 85-inch TV, oh wow. I can't see my face. I can't imagine my face on 85-inch of TV. So nice to have you here. Thank you, Dave, for the donation. Much appreciated. Blogger Die 11785, strong in Virginia. Some fading. Mike WX50 on the TV show Father Knows Best from 1957. Bud buys a shortwave radio, and while showing it off to the family, hears a distress call. Family had become caught in a tropical storm while offshore. Wow. Dave Vosh, 11785 on a PL330 with 30 feet of wire outside. Logadive, besides Radio MRT, is USAGM back on the air with anything else? Nope. There is tons of court decisions to be made. One of them right now is so there was an order given by a judge that VOA needs to be back now. It's not. So the judge has come back and said, I want you guys to explain to me why my order is ignored. You guys need to explain that. Because you can't. So, from what I hear from the different people I know that are close to all of this, most of the staff has found places, new jobs. They found new jobs at other places. And add to the fact that some of the people are ignoring court orders, I doubt that anything will be back. I said no USAGM back on in with anything else. They are on with the Radio Farda transmissions to Iran. And that's it. It's like somebody somewhere, woke up and decided, oh, maybe we should have some transmission to Iran after what happened. But, Joseph, I didn't realize that I could scan with my Texan PL680 in sync mode. It's funny to hear it tuning around. Pretty cool, getting a lot of new signals. Tosanov. Oh, they're all going to snap when it comes with 6 and 7G, 8G, 9G. 9G will turn us in. This is my prediction. 9G. Remember that. 9G will turn us into robots. All of us. Dave in Bangor, Maine. Nice to have you on board. Good evening. Kevin Michael, voice of China from Beijing. 6,000 killers in Chinese. Kenneth, nice to have you here. KW1161. They're Mexican fishermen in the Gulf of Baja, California. Possibly. Any new pirates, any pirate stations tonight? Let's check it out. What's on now? Pirate stations. So, only 2. Let me go and get a Kiwi SDR, because to hear them here, I need my MLA30, and I don't have one right now. So, I'm going to go on a Kiwi SDR. A Kiwi SDR. And I'm going to tune Kiwi SDR. Let's tune one in somewhere on the East Coast here. And so what's this? Let me just gonna. Okay. Oh, look at that. Didn't realize that there's a Kiwi SDR in Bermuda now. Oh, Smith's Bermuda. Okay, so Kiwi SDR from New Hampshire. Let's try that one. A W1NT. Let's tune. $6950. And also let's go. There we go. 6950. Yeah. There's something there. I put my earbuds on. Anything there? Yeah, there's a pirate on 6950. I guess you guys might be hearing this. It's actually an upper sideband, I believe. So let me tune around upper sideband. Yeah, there you go. That is exactly what. So 6950, pretty strong right now as a pirate station. So this is from New Hampshire, Kiwi SDR. So just put this to mute because I might have to play around with the copyright notices. So 6950 is definitely a one. Apparently it's for Radio Free Spirit. Radio Free Spirit right now coming out. So that is on right now. RJ Dakota, of late I have been hearing an AM pirate on 6925. Sometimes the same program is on 7375. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. Craig Martinetti, take care. Have a good time. Stay safe. See you next week. Paul Stringer, do you realize that if you do a live show tuning into CHU time signal, then you are infringed of copyright? Yeah, there's actually, if you go on the CHU webpage, they tell you that the CHU time signal cannot be reproduced or copied or retransmitted, or I find it so stupid, but yeah, there's a thing with that. MM7 BFL radio, take care, have a good night. 57 shortwave DX distortion on Radio Vacuba has sounded like it is massively overloading as of late. Problems continue. Oh yeah, they're having a lot of issues. Like HAARP conspiracy theories have been around a while. I wrote a blog back post mentioning it in 2011. There was a the first time I got into the conspiracy theories of HAARP was with my own family, and that surprised me. So my brother-in-law on my sister's side, we were talking about something, I don't know what, and he came across, oh well, you know that HAARP thing in Alaska controlling the weather, and he blamed it on some of the bad weather we had here in Canada. And I told him, I said, do you know that I could hear HAARP and I know what it is? And he says, you can? Yeah, I can. If you knew what it was, you would not believe that it can even change the course of a fly, a small fly. It's just not powerful enough to change anything. It's powerful in its own right, because it is definitely very powerful. But in terms of the amount of energy compared to the Earth's own atmosphere, it's nothing. It's like dropping a rock on the ground. Is it going to change anything? No. Oh, I tell you, blogger, I go to the CHU page. I remember reading the paragraph that says that you can't copy or recreate CHU's time signal. There is a notice of that. When I put it on YouTube, I've never had problems when it was on YouTube. But technically, it could be checked as a copyright infringement for some reason. I don't know why. Oh yeah, Radio New Zealand Prostinger is now as an extensive schedule. John Alquist, nice to have you here. What's the signal visible every day at this time? Night in Europe, Eurostat 20. Also, there's typically a narrow line, 52.15.7, not today. 52.16 to 52.18.8. Let me go to the U20. And I'm gonna check something if we could hear it now. U20 SDR. And see what we can hear. So 5220. Okay, there's something there which looks like a static signal. Might be something like a static signal. Oh, HFD. I wonder if it's HFDL or something like that. Just see here. Yeah, we could hear these signals here. Let me just check 5200. 5200. 5200. Yeah, I don't have any info here, but some kind of digital mode, that's for sure. We check that out. I'll try to learn more about that and see what I can come up with, for sure. Dave Bosch, how many transmitters does China use from all the very many frequencies they use? More than 100. More than 100. Definitely. When you look at the IBI space, and at any given time and any frequency, plus count the frequency they're trying to jam, and all of that, I'm gonna tell you, they have more than 100 transmitters for sure. Thank you, London 19657 for the donation. And he says, everybody knows HAARP controls the weather, my cat's mood, and my star sign. $6010. Anybody heard something on $6010? I missed getting Radio Inconfidencia or Brazil right now at 6010 in Portuguese. That's kind of weird. On 6010. 2200. Because it's not. Oh yes, it is written there, but I have a hard time thinking you can get it right there, but who knows? Do you hear it on 6010.1? If you pinpoint and sideband. Tosano says HAARP controls his bicycle. Joseph, I own this device, the WR3 VLF receiver. Lots of cool natural radio frequencies. Cool. Thanks for sharing. Kenneth, Shell, they used to sell a device in Popular Communications for about $50 back in the 80s. Yeah, I remember an ad for something like that. For those that didn't see it, I shared a picture of myself and some of you are not in the shortwave group, from 1990. And some interesting stuff in there. Okay, Michael, no problem. A lot of people have been saying that they have a CIDX subscription or membership, and they don't want to be in the winners, so it's fine. Cool. So the picture of me, from the good old days, it's like pretty crazy. So this is me in 1990 with my radios, for those that are not on. Oops. I don't know why I'm doing this. I can actually show you guys. I'm sharing the screen. Wait. I'm going to go get the picture. And I'm going to show you guys, and I'm going to actually pinpoint the stuff in it. I think you guys are going to like that. So, let me just go get the picture. And we're gonna go through what is that in that picture. It's pretty amazing, and it's sad that it's pretty much the only picture that exists of my listing post. I wish I had more stuff, because I mean, wow. So, okay, this is the picture. I'm going to save it so I can actually open it in the photo app, so we can zoom in if we want. Okay, guys, be ready to be... So here we go. I'm going to share the screen, and we're going to have display capture, and let's go with the picture. Here we go. So this is a picture of me in 1990. One of the only pictures I've ever had of my listening shack. Unfortunately, it changed so much over 1982 to 1990. I wish I had a picture of every single year of this. So, in here, right up here on the left, you might see Panasonic. Only see the speaker, but it's the Panasonic RF2800. The Panasonic RF B300, which I repurchased, if you guys remember. This was my Sony boombox I had back then with double tape deck. Of course, got some books here. Something that looks like maybe the passport, I'm not sure. Here, my Navajo CB TRC432 base station. My DX, realistic DX100, which started all. Look at all the stacks of envelopes for sending letters to stations. Look at that. I had these stack of envelopes. On the left side, so there's some books, and there must be some other stuff in here. Here must be floppy disk for my Commodore computer. If you guys had a Commodore with a data set, look here. The data set is right here. So there's the Commodore computer right next to it. And at that time, I probably had the Commodore 128, and I had the floppy disk drive. This is a 10-channel scanner. So this is my first ever scanner I've ever had. It was like real cheap. I remember paying like $40 for it or something, brand new at Radio Shack. And it didn't take long for me to buy something better. Here, Realistic Pro 2022. That I changed today. I have the Pro 2006. This was sold to one of my best friends. Kenwood R5000. This picture, I think this Kenwood R5000 is probably only a few weeks old. It's like my brand new radio that I just had. And was so proud of getting that radio. And you can see here the wires going through the door outside for listening. Look at that here. This book. Confidential Frequency List. Here seems to be a popular communications. So this is kind of cool. I'm about 20 years old on this picture. And man, I wish I had more pictures of the different eras and different things I had. But man, this fan I actually purchased because we didn't have air conditioning back then to cool down my Kenwood R5000, which would run way too hot. And I would just put this fan to blow on the Kenwood to make it cooler, which was very efficient, by the way. The top was really much cooler, but I just couldn't believe how hot a Kenwood R5000 could get. This is actually a drawer. If I remove the books here, I could open this, and inside here there was other stuff that I could use. I wonder what would have been there. Look at the stickers. I got Radio Sweden. This is Argentina. And this one, what is this? What is this? Wow, I can't really... Can anybody figure out what this could be? With that, which looks like a flag? I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. And can we zoom in on the books? So... I don't know. Oh, this here, I know what it is. Here on the left, yeah, orange book, that's Bill Cheeks. Remember when you had a scanner back then, there were modifications you could do? This is one of the Bill Cheeks scanner modification books. This binder, I believe, was full of paper that I would write on, maybe take logs and stuff. And there's other stuff here I would like to know. That is interesting. Anything else I can notice here? That, I'm always wonder if this is not one of my talkies from Radio Shack. Anything else that I could notice? Definitely one of the pennants of China or something. This, I'm trying to figure out what is that. I'm not sure. And so, anything else here? Nope, nope. Man. This brings me back in time, guys. Definitely. So, hope you enjoyed the look at my shack back in 1990-ish when I'm 20 years old. Yeah, you gotta be far away from noise, I'm pretty sure, Joseph, for that natural, yeah. The I miss when the space shuttle was up, WA3NAN from the Goddard Space Center would always have a live broadcast on the amateur band. I always told you guys about the story where my brother, which didn't care anything about my radios at all, had a new girlfriend, and when he invited her at home, he says, "Oh, this is my brother," and tried to impress her. He didn't care about my radios, but I still remember saying, "Oh, this is my brother," and on that radio he can listen to the space shuttle. It's like, yeah, you're trying to impress your girlfriend with my stuff. That was the funniest moment I ever remember with my brother, trying to impress his girlfriend with what I could do with radio. And the rest of the time he didn't care at all. Marvin Motts, nice to have you here from the Japan Islands. They're expecting 50,000 attendees at the Japan AM convention. Wow, it's a lot of people. So what else do we have? Take care, Jim's Radio Check. Welcome back, Matt, MDK2. Fubar, nice to have you here. Yep, definitely. Yeah, Tinian is all the air. What makes me more mad is I'm not sure if what I miss most is Voice of America or the fact that it took off the air Radio Thailand. I can tell you that. So W3WR, yeah, 15770, which is WRMI. Should be WRMI. Kevin Michael, the copyright garbage needs to go. Yeah. Oh, I know. It's crazy. Gary, 4549, do you have a collection of QSL cards? What's the one, your favorite one? I have a huge collection of QSL cards. Mini binders. They're actually not that far from here. Maybe we should go through them a little bit at some point. I know you guys like that. I got a lot of favorites. Some that are weird in particular. One that is the weirdest I think we can imagine. That, you know, it's something we don't know is going to happen. We can't understand it, but I had a QSL card from the Om Shinrikyo cult in Japan. They had a radio transmission in the shortwave bands from Moldova. I remember it was the Moldova transmitter site. And one day I woke up to the news that that group and his leader, Shoko Hasahara, I remember the name, had put sarin gas in the Tokyo subway. And I thought, wow, I got a QSL card from their radio station. It's a part of history. It's definitely a part of history. There's a lot of stuff. I was talking to Sheldon about something I found so interesting. I got a QSL card from Haiti, and it was 4VEH station, which was on several frequencies back in the day. When I heard it in QSL, them were on tropical band, 4930 kilohertz. And what amazed me is that on the QSL, and actually Sheldon looked at his QSL, He has one from 1980. So I got one from 1984. The QSL secretary is Edna Becky. She signed. And when I told Sheldon, Sheldon looked at his QSL from 1980, and it's also QSL secretary Edna Becky. I went to the 4VH website in 2018, 17, 18, and I looked at if the station still existed, and they do on local FM in Port-au-Prince. And what surprised me is that on one of the pages, it said Secretary Edna Becky in 2017. So I thought, wow, so she signed my QSL in 1984. Now I learned she signed the QSL of Sheldon in 1980. Man, that is wild. She's getting older, and she was still working there in 2017. It's like, wow, okay. Richard Wagner, what's on 11780? 785 is Turkey, but 780 is Radio Nacional Amazonas in Brazil. So Turkey's gone. So this is Brazil. 11780. So this is Radio Nacional do Brasil. Not do Brazil, but Amazonas in Brazil. So RJ Dakota is hearing 11780. Ricky, I would like to opt out of the draw as well. All right, no problem. Yeah, I get it. I thought about, because what I wanted is to be fair with everybody, and I thought, well, we could extend the subscription from 1 year to people that are already members. But I also realized that I know a lot of people would like new members that are not CIDX members. So yeah, we'll check that out. I'll remove your name. Yeah, 1990. Oh God, yeah, I know. Kenneth, when I still had hair. And skinny. Yeah, did you see how skinny I was? It's not the way I was today. Nomad Solos, I had a TRS 80 Model 4. Robert Varner, handsome fellow. No, I don't think it's Uruguay, Mike. Nomad Solos, when the WRTH ceased to be printed, it never ceased. Still there, still exists. World Radio TV Handbook still exists today. You can order a copy. John Brewer, ain't got much hair, but still skinny. Michael, nice to have you here. Late, but glad to be here. Looks like an interesting show today. Cool older pictures. Yeah, we have a lot of fun. We have a lot of fun all the time, but we have a lot of fun today with all sorts of things. So, what else do we have? Kenneth, B-52s came out with the Love Shack back in the day, yeah. Scanner Mods by Bill Cheek, I had that book, yep. Yeah, Tosanov, here's 17560. Yeah, I heard that yesterday. I came across it, which is, I don't hear nothing now. But I was shocked yesterday of hearing no, it was not that frequency. So you guys, I was shocked yesterday. I just couldn't believe it that on 17525 I heard WMLK in Bethel, Pennsylvania on that high frequency yesterday. I was so surprised. So surprised. I'm hearing a slight carry on 17560, but nothing more. Robert Fletcher, nice to have you here. John Alquist, I assume that CHU is copyrighted because of any retransmission will not have accurate time. Well, if that's the case, it's kind of dumb. It's weird. Marvin Moss, wow, that QSL card from the sarin gas cult is very valuable. If you need money, sell it in Japan. Oh man, I just can't believe it. QSL card has the leader of the cult, Shoko Hasahara. I mean, it's so weird to have cards of something that had like, you know, such an impact. I just and you know what? I remember listening to the Shinrikyo broadcasts a few times. Not for their enlightenment. You guys know me. But it was like the broadcast was like what WRMI has on the air. That's called their thing that what is it, I forgot the name. I have to remember the name. Every time I search for a name, I don't have it. Well, anyways, there's kind of weird broadcast they have that's like almost all day on many frequencies. They sound the same. They sound the same. It's the same kind of enlightenment type broadcast. Supreme Master TV. It sounds the same. And you know what? That freaks me out. Because it sounds the same, it kind of gives me the chills that it's they're gonna do some crazy thing at some point. It seems that, you know, the more innocent those cults seem to be like, the more extreme the ending is for some reason. Hey, Don Royal. Yeah, but still, WRTH is WRTH. Even with the new group, it's still WRTH, World Radio TV Handbook. Nice to have you here, Don Royal. Kevin Michael has RFO Tahiti on 7038 kHz at night. David Miller, nice to have you here from New Jersey. That's crazy. Oh, the moon. Yeah, the moon. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. The moony. Yeah, there was that something like that. Yeah. Yeah, Kenneth. Exactly, the Jim Jones cult and end results. You know, here we had one in Quebec. It was the Solar Temple. It was the Temple Solaire. They were calling themselves the Order of the Solar Temple. And, you know, when we talk about how cults and groups get into something, get people into something. And it's very complex. I don't know how it happens. I compare it to when we had COVID and then all the conspiracy stuff happened. And people that you around you that are you think are sane and intelligent and suddenly get into a mode where you're like, I don't recognize you. And it's so weird. It's trying to understand how did it get you? How did they actually do something to get you? I'm just wondering. So that temple, the Order of the Solar Temple, or c'est Ordre du Temple Solaire in French. They got people here from like high university grade people that had high posts in so many companies, including Hydro-Quebec and so on. And they are suddenly in a cult. And that didn't end very well. They were about to do what some of those, like, Jim Jones, about to kill everybody. It was getting very complex. And it was like, wow. It's just, how can you get into that mood and get in there? It's crazy. My WX50 logged ID. Yeah, Sheldon's QSL card was on 11835 also. He's in 1980. Mine in 1984 was from 4930 in the 60-meter band. Blogger Die also has one from 11835. BT Radio, 2 hams in my neighborhood just keyed up the CoVL repeater. One of my settings must be incorrect. Alright. Maybe we should, I got your email. I should try something. It'd be fun to do a contact. I never tried to key it, but I get it very well in the park that I go to where the noise is very low and it's like very flat. Maybe there we could make a contact because maybe I would reach it really well from there. I'd like that. It'd be fun to try that. See the distance. I'm going to send you an email, Paul. And maybe we could try some. Well, Tosin Love, that's, it's complex situation. It's, got to be careful when we talk about it. Hey, to Rook Tim, nice to have you here. Thanks for the donation, man. And, so, I guess there's a lot of these groups. I know they probably cater to some, one of my best friends. Here we have the, what's the religious group that's behind the cult behind the, even, who was in it or is in it? John Travolta is in it, from what I've heard. The, oh God, what's that group? Scientists. The scientist order or something, like, what is it? They were Scientology. Yes. Thank you. Scientology. They were Paul Stringer, be careful of your words. They were erased. We all have our beliefs. My belief is no religion, but it doesn't mean that we have to be careful how we deal with that. Okay, just be careful with the wording, because I don't think you're a fool because you're in a religion. It's me. I'm not, and I'm not, in there. But so Scientology, my best friend from high school, got into, it's a mind control of trying to find what flaws for some of these groups that work. And Scientology, first question one of the first things they told him is he was 30 years old, and they told him, it's not normal at 30 years old to not be married. And he was in that mood of, I want to meet a wife, I want to be married. And he actually started talking to them and letting them in and everything. And these cults are heavy. So once you let them in, ouch, try to get out. That's a different thing. I will say it in a way that I will say it I shouldn't, probably. I think the best is not being in a sect or a group. But when somebody tells me, I'm just a Christian and that's it, abiding by the basic rules of anything, not having a group or anything tell me how things should be done, I respect people like that a lot more. It's like, that's all right. That's fine. I mean, the mysteries of life. When we die. I'm a scientific guy. And my answer to anybody that says you don't believe in God, I will say I do not. But I will also answer my scientific mind, and any good scientific person in life, anybody that has a science mind. What does science need? Open-minded people. In 1910 and 1920, wherever, lasers were science fiction. Lasers exist today. They could actually, take a satellite off in orbit. There's so many things. And I always say, well, a scientific mind is open enough to accept that a notion that he doesn't understand could exist. Because if you're closed, you'll never be able to find new stuff and real stuff. And so I always answer back, I don't believe in God for personal reasons, and the way the earth and the way the human being and the population is. But I can't say it doesn't exist because my scientific mind says what you don't understand could exist, and that's it. Yes, and that's all. And that will be enough religion for today. What else do we have? My WS50, we had the Tony Alamo cult, not too far from here in Fort Smith, Arkansas. There's tons of these little cults. These are the most dangerous ones, I believe. Probably. It's I believe that's the thing. John Brewer. Yeah. That's crazy. What's your low frequency station, Adrian? You mean the lowest frequency I've ever had something on? That would be a non-directional beacon around 200 and I think it was 204 kilohertz or something. Have you ever tried hitting some Montreal repeaters, VT radio? I need to. Maybe there's a few you can hit. I don't know. Anyways, we'll check it out. Well, let's make a list. You can try some of the midway repeaters. Like there's one on 146.7, and which is kind of not halfway, but could be one I would suggest that we could hit. Anyways, we'll check it out. It'd be fun. I don't use my Yaesu FT65 enough. So Scientology, yep. Kevin Michael has China on 17595. All right, Bobby. Tom Cruise is mental. How many Hollywood actors are not mental in some way? Don't worry, Ulysses. We're out of it now. Kenneth, I have heard 60 kilohertz WWVB signal at night a few times. Oh, that's cool. I've never seen it on any devices here. It does come through here, because when I have a couple of clocks that can synchronize, and when positioned correctly, they actually do synchronize. So it means the signal's getting into Montreal even though we're far away. And so, but I've never seen it or received it or heard it in a radio itself. But I'd be kind of curious. Bob from Wick, nice to have you here, Bob. Dosanov needs to build some sort of loop. John Brewer, 22 kilohertz Norway. Naval beacon. Wow. I think it's pretty much 204-ish kilohertz. Yeah, anything below 3,000 kilohertz is technically medium wave. Technically. And it is something that is, but most radios will tag that range of frequency on shortwave, basically, most of the time. Yeah. And as we continue broadcasting and checking out what's on the bands, remember, you can give a little something to help out through the super chat if you've been here for a long time. And then if you know, and not very long before we end tonight, there will be a drawing of two CIDX memberships. So if you have not donated since the last time we did a drawing, you can give a little something through here, super chat, and also PayPal, Pizza Fund at this email, where you can help out. Your help is tremendously good at helping out, because you know what, the YouTube monetization isn't that great, so it really makes a difference. Okay, guys, if you can give a little something, any amount helps. Thank you so much for being here. Brian Leisner, atomic clock that doesn't sync, that does sync. Yeah, well, when I position it, I remember putting my atomic clock in the. I knew that at night it would be a nice night. I left an atomic clock in the backyard, on the table in the backyard, and came back next morning. I was like, oh yay, it's synchronized. Here inside it's more difficult. There's a lot of noise. A lot of noise. So yeah. YVTO Venezuela 6100. Yeah. I remember when it was easy, and apparently they're still on, but I don't hear them. Remember, any of you guys remember on 5,000 kilohertz? We would listen to WWV, and here, the YVTO time signal. Pips, also on 5,000 kilohertz. London 19657, so I ordered a new MLA30 after I returned this week the other MLA30 that was dead. Apparently the time for receive is first week of September. Kind of far away. So, yeah, John Brewer. It's the PayPal Pizza Fund, so I don't starve to death before the night is over, when the live show's over. So that's to help him out, make sure that I eat food. VNG Australia 4500 was the time station I logged also in 1981. There were so many things that I wish I would go back to. I would go back to the 80s with the radios I have today, and I would hear stuff that I didn't even know either existed or were on the air. Kenneth says, my atomic clock takes about half a day to sync when I change the batteries once a year. Yeah, mine can take 2, 3, 4 days before they sync. The WWV is still on 2500 kilohertz, by the way. In fact, I heard it very, very weak last night at about 05 UT. 05 UT. So 2500 kilohertz is still there. And 25,000 kilohertz. A lot of people still today don't think that 25,000 kilohertz is a frequency of WWV, but it is. It's still there. It's mostly a wintertime frequency, just like the 10-meter band. It's mostly a wintertime frequency. I guess sometime in September, October-ish, I might start hearing 25,000 kilohertz. So it's gonna be this is gonna be interesting to check out. What else do we have? Kenneth, food, Jillian are making me hungry. I'm getting hungry too. What else do we have? Tosunloaf, mine gains time constantly. Well, if it's an atomic clock, that means it doesn't sync. Well, in Newfoundland, it does not. It's not in the range. So, no, it's still on. Blogger Die. It's experimental, but it's been on since about 2008. It had been off for more than 20 years. In 2008, I believe it was 30 years before it went off. It was 30 years off. And 2008-ish came back on, and it's on since then. But they do say it's experimental, so it might go off at any time, for sure. Kim Michael got 328 PJ White House, Yukon, White Horse, Yukon, Canada. Wow, that is a good one. Penny C, is there a brand like when I get the MLA30? I ordered it from the link that Blogger die, but here in Canada it's kind of complicated with that, and it's a long time before I receive it. But I guess I will share that if it works well, because it's kind of, I understand how tough it is to get a reliable MLA30. So I will keep you guys up to date with that, so that if you ever want to order one, you get a good one, which is kind of sad that it's so complicated. Brian Leesner, WWV used to be an easy catch back in the day. I can usually hear it these days, but not as well as I remember. You know what's the biggest problem? And I'm looking at a lot of comments from time to time, wondering if the high noise today is not so high. You know, it's so high, it's interfering with everything. Let's do a WWV check. At this time, I don't expect to have 25,000, but we'll try it. 25, there's nothing. 20. Oh, 20's there. Very good. I got a good signal from 20. So I got a good 20. Oop. Not very weak on 15. Very weak on 15. Not great, but it's there on 10. And of course, I don't think I'm going to hear 5 because it's too early in the day. So 20 is actually pretty good tonight. I got a good one on 20 tonight. But I think the noise floor that we have is making it more and more difficult to all of us to receive anything. I think this is the way it is. So, you know. It's definitely the way it is. Let me check here. More emails come in. Make sure that everybody better. See if anybody says hi or anything. Okay. So this is definitely nice to have everybody here. Richard Myers, thanks for the donation through PayPal. Much appreciated. So yeah, Michael has 25 megahertz, Fort Collins, Colorado. Toastloaf, mine's non-atomic. Oh yeah, okay, that's why. That's why. You know, I'm surprised about this clock that I purchased, and some of you did because you liked it. The accuracy, I mean, it loses 1 second every 6 months. It's like extremely precise. And I really like that. Because this clock has been great here. I hate it that it's there because you guys don't see it. I think I'm going to put it here on the wall. And I mean, there's an empty space here. Maybe there's going to be a good place for you guys to see it all the time. But that would be, you know, a good time to a good place, I would think. So that would be pretty good. Just want to do a little something here. Check some emails. Make sure nobody has done anything. Okay. It's okay. Everything looks right. Okay. So yeah, that's the thing about all of this. It's the noise floor is changing our habits. The noise floor is also making us. There's a mix of there's a lot of less signals. The noise floor is higher, and we get this impression of maybe propagation isn't good. Well, look at earlier. The first comments we had was propagation seems bad. Then we got the Russian number stations. And the Russian number stations, I think it was the strongest signal in a live show we've ever had. It was really good tonight. So it tells you, no, propagation seems to be good. It's, you know, noise and maybe a lack of signal sometimes. Yeah, meteor scatter can show up any frequency where the ionosphere is kind of not working. So 20 megahertz and up could be one. Switch remote power supplies. Yep, they're a band, Brian Leisner. Yep, Don Royal, absolutely. And it's still there and published. Still as good and still pretty much the same as we had. No, I can't blame 5G for anything. Cell phones, cell towers and all of that, I don't get noise unless you live next to one. I don't get noise from anything from there. Noise for me is all the really local stuff around you. This is really where it's all coming at. It's very, very simple. It's all coming at that. Ulysses Chialva says Fort Collins heard here in central Argentina, 20 megahertz. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Atomic clock near your Wi-Fi router so it doesn't receive. Yeah, it might not be the best place to be there. I keep it far away from all the technology, personally. Rob from Wick says, I'm curious, astronomers have been complaining about silent night. Yeah, there's apparently been some leakage and spurious signals from the Starlink satellites. So what happens is that there's the interference of the more and more you put satellites in orbit, the more you'll have some visual interference, but also more and more you put these satellites in orbit, if they have some flaw in their transmitters. And that's the other thing. Radio astronomy is kind of saying, wait a minute, there's a lot of leakage and a lot of interference coming off of these satellites. They're not transmitting cleanly. It's like a bad transmitter. If you ever heard a bad, Radio Havana Cuba is a great example. Bad transmitter. That's sends spurious stuff everywhere around it. Well, these satellites apparently are kind of rather bad at that too. So that also is a problem. So, we'll have to look at that. And the interference. And even the RRL has said that there might be some interference from these satellites into the amateur bands. It's like, oh, there's a problem. There's a problem. So that needs to be fixed. You can't allow that to be there at all. And Bob from Wick, probably. You want to be the cheapest one around, but you just take, cut everywhere where it's important to not to cut. It's like today's satellites. I don't know if you guys know, but satellite electronics used to be hardened. They called that being hardened, which meant they were shielded. The chips were different. So if you had a chip like an Intel processor, it will be different than the one we have in our PC because it needs to be hardened to make sure that any of the particles from the universe, from the sun, and so on are capable of, it can be saved. Hey, Jasmine, nice to have you on board. So that it can be, capable of just being still good after whatever, a solar activity, a solar event, a solar flare. But what's being done today is to save money. They more and more, they're sending up these satellites that are lightly shielded, but have the same technology that we use here on Earth. And you just stop thinking, but what if there's a huge solar flare and the radiation storm that comes with it? It's something that it seems all the space agencies today are like, oh, we know. No, you don't. You don't even know how the sun can be bad. There are articles on how the sun thousands of years ago were so bad that the today's technology would all die from it. And the sun is capable of that. And we're talking here about things that are much, much stronger than the Carrington event of 1850. So imagine. I think that everybody's just like, oh no, it's fine. The sun hasn't done anything bad, and we've just been lucky because we are in an era where things are more sensitive to everything than the sun does. And one day we'll have the good one, the really bad one, and a lot of people are going to be really, really really bad. So Jasmine was looking and walking around checking for mesh networks coverage on a beautiful day, and that's radio. That's radio stuff. So there's a lot of things that are interesting in how we deal with our own technology. And we live in an era where, the sun hasn't been that bad in the last 50 years. why should we shield satellites that's going to cost millions more? Why should we do things that are going to cost millions more? We haven't had any problems. Well, that's exactly why. A problem to come. Will it be in my lifetime? Or maybe when I'm gone? But somebody, somewhere, is going to be very, very, is going to be hit very bad with what's happening. To a point where they won't believe what just hit them. And that's sad. Because I think because of money, too many of these groups are just like, ain't gonna happen. What are you talking about? Ain't gonna happen. Yeah. Ain't gonna happen. That's the, by the way, guys, I just ordered Chinese food. I was hungry for Chinese food. So, I'll say it once again. If you want to help me out through Super Chat or Chinese food fund through PayPal. Chinese food is coming. If you guys want to see the bag, there's going to be Chinese food. Yes. So, thanks to you guys, by the way. Much appreciated. As I will be hungry. So Chinese food and Chinese leftovers, that means also, because there's always too much Chinese food. Thanks everybody. Stuart Madison, thank you so much for the donations. Yeah, chopsticks. I was thinking about it while I was doing the live show. I was like, oh yeah, I want to have Chinese food. You guys want to hear a really funny story? I have a local, so we'll call it the 7-Eleven. And because we call it dépanneur here in Canada, and they are Chinese, and they're really fun. I mean, they're really nice. And they had so the Chinese lady has a cat, and she had, when she was talking, she had a little a little problem with her language and like talking to me in French. And she said, you know what, when we eat our cat, and then she said, I didn't say eat, when we feed our cat. She wanted to say when we feed our cat, but she says when we eat our cat. And I just looked at her and said, I knew it. You eat cats and dogs. And it was just so funny. We started laughing. It was really just a mistake, a language mistake, but it's like, come on, with a Chinese lady at that store. When we eat our cat. I was like, what? Oh, when you feed your cat. Oh, sorry. Oh, God. Bob from Wig had Chinese curry. That must be really good. Well, we've got this, like this Chinese family thing, because I will, of course, I order also for my caregiving needs. So, and it has a lot of stuff in it. So it's like a big, quantity of food. Kenneth Jill, I thought that the Russian engineer was hired after the nuclear reactor shut down for mysterious reasons. Jasmine, Kaz love chicken though. Yep. Jill, so chicken might be too spicy though. What I do is I take it, I suck on it a little bit to remove all the spicy stuff, and just have the chicken, and then I give it to Paul and he likes it. Penny C loves Chinese food. Ken Michael, the day will come that everything will go out because of the sun. Everything is on satellite and internet. Oh, yeah. Orange chicken for you, all right? So you guys give me your orders. I will tell them what I should ship to you guys. I don't think that after 2 weeks in the mail, though, it's going to be good to eat. Just telling you, okay? All the Endines, all the small restaurants are having a hard time. My favorite Chinese restaurant of when I was young closed years ago. It seems like, you know what, a lot of these restaurants closed because they're owned by people that are old. And one of the two, like a couple, one of the two dies, they like just close the restaurants because their kids don't want to take care of that. Where I'm ordering, it's a restaurant that exists from like 60 years. It's one of the rare restaurants where their kids took over and are continuing the tradition of the Chinese food that they were selling. Still tastes exactly the same from when I was young. Joseph, 17800, coming amazingly. School Chinese, 17800. Let's check it out. 17, 8. Anything there? Nope, I do have something on 17880. Some Chinese music. 17880, I got some Chinese music. I know the end there's some chicken cashew. There's some Cantonese chow mein. There's some shrimp fried rice and other stuff. So I got Chinese music on 17880. Pretty cool. Like that. Chinese music, 17880. Probably direct from China, too. They actually speak very well French and English for me. So it's like, wow. I don't care, personally. It's like they speak the language they want. At least as long as we understand each other. Jasmine, speaking of propagation, was some tropospheric propagation in Europe last week, which linked the UK's 900 megahertz mesh core network with the Netherlands. Pretty cool. Cantonese chow mein. ABT radio. Joseph, oh yeah, I think I mean 17880. Thanks. Orange chicken and Beijing beef. Oh, I want Chinese food. Think it's my favorite. Mike WS50 used to like cashew chicken. Ulysses Shalva says 17880, also worked pretty nice in Argentina. Nice to have you here from all the way down there. Pretty cool. Yeah, it's in China. Joseph. Tona Biker, 17880 coming strong here too. Dosanov, 17880. Longer than 17880 here sounds about the same as yours. Maybe a touch more noise. Sangean ATS 909, 40-foot wire. Lots of interference. Kenneth, 17790, a strong music area. Yeah, that will be perfect. 17880. Jean Arash, or Free to Choose, says 17880. Excellent if you eat Chinese food. You know, imagine. I'll eat the Chinese food be listening to the Chinese music. It's just gonna be perfect. Just perfect. I got everything that I need. Except in China, they don't eat the Chinese food we have here. Cat Michael 17880 from China right now. Blogger, I saw a huge pile of orange chicken in a photo on Facebook Marketplace. Its condition was labeled new. New. I like that. New. No, I don't want that. Good. So it's ordered. All right, confirmed. It's just so funny. I used them, Penny C. I used chopsticks, but I probably look like the guy that doesn't know what to do with them. But I still use them and try to do my best to use them. Endines, you have everything you need except a fish tank. You know, a little story. Oh, already? Wow. Wait a minute, guys. I'm coming back. Is it Chinese food? Who wants some? Wow, that was fast. Much faster than I thought. Wow. I thought, you know, it's going to be... So the story I wanted to talk to you about the fish tank. So when my, in the 90s, I had a moment where I was on the unemployment insurance, and for a few months, I did what I wanted and just had fun. My brother would work downtown. So once a week, I would go to my brother and, I would go see my brother where he works and say, hey, we're going to go have lunch together. And we'd go to this Chinese restaurant in the Chinese part of Montreal. And look, the food was amazing. But every time we would go in, they had a huge fish tank. And the water was green because they didn't clean it enough. So every time we would go in, it's like, yeah, I know, the water's green, but the food is so good. I just, I want food. It was just one of those things, that you just, well, I'm not going to look at it. Ricky, just made a Chinese dish myself over here. Bitter melon and oyster sauce with beef. Something you might find on the menu at a sit-down Cantonese restaurant. Or, Ricky, when you come back to Montreal, there's a restaurant not very far from here that has this extensive American Chinese, but Chinese menu. And it'd be fun. We go together and you tell me, okay, this, and that, what we could do. It'd be a lot of fun. It'll be a lot of fun. So, hey guys, I'm going to say goodbye, but before we have to do our drawing, and our drawing is coming up in a few seconds. So, we have in our drawing, names are here, and a piece of paper, and I am going to not gonna look, guys. And I'm going to name 2 people, totally by random. Next time, Paul is going to do it. I've got an idea. I'm going to try to make it happen. So, I'm not looking. And I got my finger on somebody that's called, if I can read it, yeah, okay. So, we have our name, and our name is Richard Myers. Richard Myers. And that was, Richard Myers gave a several donations, actually. Richard Myers. So, is Richard Myers here? I'm going to write it down. If you can't leave without Moscow Nights, I'll unsub. All right, I'll do Moscow Nights. So, Richard Myers, I'm going to put it here and send an email for Richard Myers. All right. So congratulations to Richard Myers. Oh, you. Yes. KO4OSA. Yes. You're the one who gave a donation? You've got a 1-year subscription, or not subscription, a membership to CIDX. So I'm going to send you an email if I have your email. And so congratulations. 1-year membership of CIDX. So that will happen during the week. I will be sending your info to Sheldon Harvey. Do I have your email, Richard? Just by the way, because I will need your email. So let me check out here if I have any info. Yeah, I got your email. An AOL email. So if that's okay with you, that's where it's going to go. If you have any other email you wanted to go, let me know what email you prefer. But, so I got an AOL email from you. So this is going to happen this week. You're going to get the first bulletin for August. And it's 1-year membership. So, and you can get to the Zoom and all of that. So congratulations. Congratulations, Richard. Really cool. And we now need a second name. And that name will come up soon. So the second name, I'm not looking, and I go here, and second name, Mark Markland, and I believe I haven't seen him here tonight. Is he here? Mark Markland. He usually gives donations here through the super chat. So Mark Markland. Okay, Rick, all is fine. So you'll get all the details within the next couple of days. Mark Markland. So if he's not here, I will actually write this down because we need to know who he is and where to send the info. So Mark, congratulations. If you haven't been, if you see the rerun, Mark Markland. So congratulations. Our 2 winners tonight. It is absolutely fantastic. And we're going to try to do this, which will be exciting. The next one in a couple of months will be Paul the Cat going through the papers, and the first 2 papers he touches with his paws are going to be the winners. I think this is going to be kind of hard to do, but fun. But maybe not that hard, because Polycat, when you throw papers, like, you know, he's kind of he has a lot of fun. So, you know. So, Rick, you're going to have info about it in the next couple of days. And Markland, we're going to have to make contact. If he usually is here from time to time, so we're going to keep it. And if for some reason it doesn't work, we'll try to somebody else. Jasmine, put some catnip on the papers. Oh, that would work. Or treats. I could just throw. You know what? That would work, actually. I just throw the papers, and if he doesn't go, I'll just throw a couple of treats. And the first papers his paws go on. We're going to take them, and it's like, oh, here's the winners. Block or die. You're a wiener. You are a wiener. So, you guys want it, you asked for it, and we're ending with, of course, tonight's, we're ending with what you guys want. Before we leave, super chat, much appreciated. You have no idea how it helps. Through PayPal, which will actually add yourself, by the way, to the next drawing. So why not? Why not? PayPal at the email address that you have here. Thank you guys for being such amazing people. And we're going to have a lot of fun. So here goes. Nothing like Moscow nights before Chinese food. It's the Moscow Chinese night. So, here's the PayPal address, guys. Thanks, everybody. Stay safe. Love you all. Let's go here to our little moment. Let's try to find out. Yep. Okay, YouTube. Moscow Nights. Radio. Moscow. There we go. Do this. And remove the dock so I can see everything. There we go. Take care, guys. Love you all. Stay safe. Here we go. Here we go. If it's gonna start at some point. Okay, I know what's happening. So you guys want me to start it over? It's the filter. I'm gonna do it again, but without the filter. You guys want me to start over? It's the filter. Filter is blocking frequencies of song. So let me just... Yes, Sheila, $300 later and 4 hours. Love you guys. I hope you stay safe. You take care of yourself. And this is the end. Okay, take care. I want to see you next week, so you got to take care of yourself. Okay? Bye, everyone. Thanks for the donations, and thanks for the extra donations. Bye, guys.